Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I cleaned the toilets yesterday.
Yes, you did.
And I was real mad.
Why?
Because I was trying to do everything myself, and Lummy's, I don't know what Lummy was doing.
We talked about it. I had to call
that's
someone.
true.
They're nice and clean, though.
See, I get mad at Lummy because I tell him to do something, but then he's not there to help me to do. I need help, too.
Because he was doing the other 5 things you
Because
asked
he
him
was
to do.
doing the other 2. He was literally doing 2 other things that I asked him to do, but he wasn't available for my immediate need, and I yelled at him. Lummy, I am so sorry for being just so sometimes very, very impossible with you. Not fair at all.
I'm sorry, I'll do better.
No, I'll do.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
The reason I'm late is because there's a situation and everybody just sits there with their goddamn thumb up their ass as the show's getting 30 seconds, 15 seconds, and we're sitting there with a thumb up our ass. We have a situation to clean up. So I'll just go clean up the goddamn thing myself. Jesus. And that, And let me, all that does is just throw me off now.
Yeah.
You could have got up.
He
did.
I did after I had to start recording.
No, after I yelled at you, I was like, let me get it.
I understand.
And then it's just like.
But I have stuff I have to do before the show starts, too.
So, you know, I do too.
I know you do.
I do too. And I'm kind of the quarterback. So when the game starts, I have to. My tight end might be over there juggling this ball still, but I got to take the snap. I got to start the show. So I really can't be doing last minute cleaning of whatever. I can't. I cannot with 2 minutes left in the show. I can't be getting up and doing anything that takes my mind off of how I'm going to open this program. Logistically, fundamentally, and programmingly wise, I have to be here.
Well, I don't think anybody should have to clean up pee at all.
Well, it's just ridiculous. God. Let me just never mind.
Let me killed it.
No, I did. I killed it.
And then you
I
killed
went out
it.
and got the right spray, used the right. I didn't try to.
You threw Lemmy some rubbing alcohol and he put that to work.
Whatever. I got spray up here now. The reason why the spray wasn't up here, Lemmy, is because I used it to clean the bathrooms.
Missed you.
Danny, it was like literally if you're in the middle of doing Botox and one of your girls spills some coffee in the break room and you have to leave the Botox situation and go clean the clean the spill up. How unglued would you become?
I totally understand.
I'm just asking.
I would come unglued.
I mean, unfucking glued.
Right. I get it. I mean, if it was something like your computer just suddenly went down, it's different. But it's something that's kind of preventable.
Or fixable.
And fixable.
If people would just think they're not, it doesn't matter whose it is. Everybody chip in. It's just a little dog pee. It's not going to kill anybody. Anybody that's available, clean it up. We got each other's back. We have to take care of each other's backs around here. So just clean it up. And Seth, if you're afraid to touch it, squirt it, and I'll wipe it. Just at least tell me.
I didn't know you said you get Red in here to clean up the piss. Like I didn't know that I didn't know that you needed me to do it at all.
I needed it to get done because it was bugging you, and you threw it to me, and you threw it to me last minute.
It wasn't
bugging. So I had to get it done.
I asked if a dog was up here. I just wanted to know if it was water, or if it was pee. Like I didn't want to start like getting down and sniffing it. I just asked.
And I said, it looks like dog piss to me. Let me get a hold of Rat. Tell him we got to get this dog piss cleaned up. Everybody, do. And I realized that we were at that very critical moment of everybody getting everything ready. So just whatever. I guess I should have cleaned. It doesn't matter. Whatever. You know what, I'm going to do a very rare commercial right now. Just I have to reset, or I'm just going to start saying things and pissing people off. The show's already right now. You know what we just did? We just fumbled the kickoff, and the defense has got the ball on the 5.
Oh no!
Yeah, and we're going down 7. And they get the ball. They get the ball at the halftime. So, it's a 14-point turnaround. It's time for Bubba Lombardi to burn the timeout.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Hollywood 69, I hope not. TNT 1560. Jonesy, I did not, because I had no idea what I was going to face. I ran over so much debris this morning from the wind, with a lot of branches and stuff, so Lamborghini doesn't do well over a branch. Yeah, the water never got onto the grass off the riprap. But, you know, we lost leaves. Good question, Buffers or something.
You didn't lose the deck?
No, I said we lost leaves. That's all we lost. I lose shit. No.
I'm saying you didn't lose. What determines a bad storm with you is whether the dock makes it or not. If
Right, or a roof problem or a tree or something
Right,
like that.
but
the first thing to
the
go.
one thing that is most exposed
Yes.
is the dock.
Absolutely. And the majority of the dock never got underwater. Just
Right.
that first.
But there has been a couple times where I think the dock's been taken out.
This dock has not been taken out.
No, but this is a replacement dock.
No, it's not.
This is your original dock.
The original dock we built about 10, 12 years ago. It's never been taken out.
It was the dock that you built when you built the home.
But after Steve and I built the houses, we were able to combine the properties to extend the length of the dock because it's based on your water line.
Man, how much permitting was that?
Oh yeah, but that was back in the day when we had ins with.
I understand, but still, I guarantee you got one of the longest docks, and people think why.
It's 300 feet, but it's because we have so much water line and we had to go past the seagrass.
Well, so plus you could combine. What you did is you said your properties is allowed X amount of dock, his is allowed X amount of dock, so we're going to combine them since we own the properties.
Exactly, which is semi-shady.
Which is right. And thank God your grandfather did.
Right, now we're done.
Because the trolls already would have had you turned in.
Exactly. But see, our next door neighbors kind of has a bootleg dock, so we don't say nothing, they don't say nothing.
Bootleg dock.
They put extra levels on it. They got some boat lifts. I don't say nothing, man. I'm not a Karen. Don't mess with me. I won't mess with you.
Oh, these fucking Karens on YouTube. Oh, that's one of the things I'm fucking mad about.
Karens on YouTube?
No. I was driving home. I'll tell the story on there. This is why I'm most mad. Is because of these motherfuckers. Everybody's just a fucking hater.
It's so true. It's so true. Everybody
is just a fucking hater.
Yeah.
They just want to fucking hate. Unless Lummy posts it, then they never hate. Lummy gets 0 fucking negatives on his Go report. I drive home in the torrential downpour trying to give him some added content, and they want to tell me how much of a fucking baby boomer I am because I have my 4-ways on, when if they would do their oh, never mind. Hold on. I got
there.
Yeah. I'm so fucking mad right now. Maybe I need to play some My Bookie to get me fucking. Oh, okay, boom.
I'm just not in here.
I think everybody left except you because they knew I was so fucking mad.
I don't think you're mad at me, are you?
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at fucking Lummy and fucking Rat everybody. It's just dog piss. I'll lick it up. I don't give a fuck. I think piss is maybe not piss from somebody else.
Yeah, but piss is still nothing. That's next to poop. But
no, poop. That's where I draw the line. I'm not gonna fucking clean nobody's fucking poop up.
No.
I ain't cleaning nobody's. Maybe my mom's or my family's.
Oh yeah.
I can clean my family's poop.
Kid.
Building profanity delay. Please stand by. Per FCC regulations, this program is on a 40-second delay.
What is Sarah spent the night?
He's the biggest export from Warsaw, Indiana.
Oh, yeah! Bubba the Love Sponge.
Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I don't want anybody to think that I'm mad at anybody or anybody have any attitudes. I had to throw my little fit. I think I'm allowed to throw a fit or two. You know, Lummy, I heard Aaron Rodgers threw a fit a few days ago when the wide receivers were running Chris routes.
He sure did, and then they had a good game the next day.
Yeah, so, you know.
Practice.
Nobody take it personal. It's big. Listen, if anybody takes my meltdowns personal that works for me, then then it's just not cool. You can't take it personal.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to everybody. Like nobody can take my meltdowns personal. It's just I have to melt down every once in a while in order to get to have my shtick / chi vibe, swagger, whatever.
Well, I'm new here. I've only been here 8 months, so I haven't the dog situation hasn't been explained to me. Is it a show dog that everybody takes care of?
No,
is that the deal?
It's Rhett's dog, and it's like it pees. And if you see it, if one of us sees, sometimes we clean it up, sometimes he cleans it up. It's not a big deal. I don't want to accentuate that situation. I just want to move on because if we sit back there and start peeling that onion back.
Well, I'm asking because I got yelled at for not cleaning up pee. I just was.
You didn't get yelled at. Everybody got yelled at.
Right.
Everybody did.
Right.
You know, so like no big deal. Like let's not rehash my wrath. Let's just move on.
Curtis Enray 20 on the Venmo.
And let me, one of the reasons why I'm by the way, how is that big going to blow us away? Everybody watch out. Oh, 11-foot storm surge. This could be bad. Oh, my God. 12 inches of rain, flooding, tornadoes, storm surge. Everybody be so afraid. Did anybody even lose power?
No. Mm-mm. Neil Malpazier 20.
Yeah, I didn't. It was so bad. And oh my God, that nobody that I know even lost power. Like that's fundamentally the first sign of maybe a kind of a bad storm. And a lot of times you'll lose power just on a bad thunderstorm. Mm-hmm. Or like if a guy down the road's drunk and he hits like the transformer. That's happened many a times. Like when I used to live out in Tierra Verde, Lummy, there was just one big transformer that went to the island, that I lived on, Bayway. And like a couple, I don't know, maybe over the 20 years that I lived there, like 2 times people were drunk or got into a wreck and they hit the actual transformer and like knocked the whole island off for boy, because everybody's power bill out there. I mean, Dan, the amount of money that was Duke. It was Duke back then. The amount, because each house, my house conservatively, to keep it cool during the summer, my power bill was about $2,000. Yours, Dan's, probably over that.
Oh, yeah, now it's like 3.
Yeah, so when you go Duke or Tico, they go to those neighborhoods before they go to the trailer park. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you really think so? You think so? They go to the people that pay the bigger bills?
They go to, hold on. This section of town brings us $1.4 million a month. This section of town brings us $250,000 a month. Where do you think they send the crew?
I never thought about that. Yeah, I think you may be right.
I actually learned that from a guy. So one time, power goes out on our island, and I'm on my moped, right? Driving around, just being Bubba. And, I go, and I'm not, it's not a downed power line. It's a blowed up transfer station. So they have within, 10 minutes, they got 2 trucks there already. So I drive down there, and you know how storms, this wasn't storm related, Lummy. So it was a little bit of a storm, and it was raining a little bit, but the guy hit the brakes and slid and hit the transformer. It wasn't he wasn't drunk.
No.
It's when it first started raining and the roads get wet.
Greasy.
Yeah, and he hit this transformer, so our entire island's out. But a little bit down the road, Lummy, past Publix, where the not so affluent neighborhood was. There was about a mile away, about maybe 2 miles away from me was the not so affluent, and their power got knocked out too. And so I drive down there and I'm talking to these linemen, and I'm like, hey man, how many parts of the city or how many parts of people got their power knocked out? And he's like, well, they got some people would that be east of 34th Street. kind of by Lakewood High, Lummy.
Yeah.
Down there.
So, yeah, St. Pete.
Yeah, kind of the ghetto a little bit, South St. Pete.
Lakewood, yeah.
And then they got your neighborhood and then all through 34th Street. I go, well, why are you guys here first? And he goes, well, think about it. How much is your power bill? And I go, $1,900. And he goes, and how many houses are in here? And I'm like, I don't know, 500-600. He goes, yeah. They're the people that don't have power besides you. Their average power bill's about $1.50, and so they make the rich people. They try to get Dan. That might be another way why you don't really get much power outages at your places because it's where all the rich people live.
And McDill's right there. And I think that grid is very precious because of McDill.
Yeah. So anyway, they had us. My mom was all cheering, like driving me crazy. Sweet. You could always come to Tara's house. She's got 2 floors. I'm like, she doesn't even have a generator. I said, I please, get out of here.
She doesn't have a generator?
If
she loses power this summer, she's buying one.
Oh, yeah, I guarantee. Just like Jay.
Yeah.
Remember Jay didn't have one?
Exactly.
Well,
Until he starts sweating.
She's interested. She was talking to Jeff.
Man, if I had it.
It's almost too late.
If I had if I was in new house construction or something like that, I'd get a generator.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in the pre-wiring, making a brand new house kind of deal, so they don't have to a lot of the cost sometimes is the retrofitting of having to incorporate a generator with your existing system. Whereas if you're building your existing system and you incorporate a generator, I think it's thousands less.
Oh yeah, skip the skylights and add a generator.
Something like that. So anyway, man.
I guess Jay lost power, but he had a generator, so they kicked right on.
Really?
Yeah.
Davis Island?
Yeah.
On this storm?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, that's what the generator, my buddy Mike that installed it said Jay lost it, but the generator kicked right on.
Oh, he's going to come in super cocky today. No, he's going to come in. Jay is the only guy that feels bad that his neighbors are looking across the street to his fully lit house. Jay feels bad about that, whereas if it was Dan would turn on every light just for them to see that he had a generator.
Oh, I'd have those those quad spotlights that go straight up into the sky and spin and rotate and go back up. Yeah, I'd be like, I'm freezing. My nipples are hard.
See, Jay's real humble about it. He's like, we like to keep all the lights down and just, use what we need. Not light it all up. I turn my outside lights off, the whole 9 yards. Not Dan. If he had him a big 15 kW and it kicked on, he'd like, hey, neighborhood, look at me. I'm fully lit, buddy. Air conditioning on. Freezer ain't gonna go bad. Nothing. Woohoo! Oh, don't mind those big grand opening at the fair skylights that I got lit on top of my carriage house. But I mean, it was so bad. They had us so freaked out on the storm. Now listen, Hurricane Debbie might end up being an event. I think it might be hitting landfall about right now, isn't it?
I think so. Up in the Big Bend area.
Yeah.
Maybe if you can send me the Weather Channel feed or send me. There's some kind of station that's got some kind of live
Fox
feed.
13 News does.
Yeah, at 4:45 they said landfall in about an hour and a half, so it's like right now.
Yeah. So let me maybe.
I'll send you the track and I'll see if they have anyone live from Big Bend.
They had us believing this was going to be a big deal. Macho Man was freaking out. Everything. This is just absolutely the standard weather porn. Now there is an area that needs to be concerned where it's headed, where it's hitting right now, the Big Bend, Apalachicola, maybe Panhandle. Looks like it might jet through maybe Jacksonville. And then up the line through Georgia, Savannah, Charleston is definitely in play for this being, something that could be not catastrophic, but be a problem, ruin your house if you have a coastal home due to flooding and stuff like that, but it certainly, I think everybody would agree that it was pretty much a non-event for us.
Yeah, it was nothing.
But they had it. Oh, my God, everybody's freaking out in the storm. Now, I'll tell you one thing, man. We did get some rain.
Oh, it rained all day.
I mean, we got some rain, and we got some rain that was coming down. We got some was coming down. Let me, is this the feed?
Yeah, I mean, that's the report on it right now. It looks like I'll send you. They don't really the weather people don't have anyone out there.
Fox 13 meteorologist Dave Osterberg with your Sky Tower radar forecast. Heavy rain bands continue to move through the area this morning, and we're not quite done with these severe.
And boy, yesterday, like around 2 o'clock, if you all the local stations, 10, 8, 28, 8 even abandoned the Olympics. So you had 8, 28, 9, 10, 13. They all, had all their guys in there, really, trying to really make this into something where they were even like breaking it down to little counties where there might just be like a little flare up. Like, did you see that?
Yeah.
On Channel 10, Bobby Deskins or whatever his name is, he was like even like down here in Hawk-Tuah, just 2 miles northwest of Hawk-Tuah, looked like there's a debris. They were trying to find debris. They were just trying to find anything to justify why they had to abandon regular programming and give us coverage, local coverage of this storm. Listen, they could have gone on and said, listen, it's going to be a big rain event. Not that much wind unless you live near the coast. Could be some flooding, and we might have a power outage. That's it.
The worst thing I saw was, I guess there was a tornado by my parents' house in Clearwater at like 6, and I guess the alarms are going off on the beach.
With the severe weather, and in fact, we have a couple of tornado warnings to pass along to you. One of them may expire in about...
Yeah, and none of this means nothing.
The water spouts.
Let me. Do you have a different feed?
I sent you one from Mike's
maybe,
weather page from kind of by Horseshoe Bay.
Mike's weather page.
Yeah, he's
by Horseshoe Bay.
Sanahatchee.
They sell golden hamburgers.
Live from Sanahatchee. It's just raining right now.
All right, so this is it's hitting. It's where is this guy?
Sanahatchee.
Huh?
Sanahatchee, my Perry, Horseshoe Beach, Big Ben.
Right.
That's right now.
Look, first of all, okay.
It's waning.
It's raining with about 50-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yeah, it's making landfall right now.
And here's the deal, man. If your roof doesn't survive this, you needed a new roof anyway.
Yep.
Roofs that are structurally like less than 15, you can usually get 20 years out of a roof.
You hope.
Well, that's, they say replace at 15 is what they say.
That area got hit last year, 2 years ago by Cat 3.
Well, good. These guys all got new roofs in.
Exactly.
So, like a roof that's like 15 years or younger usually can survive 100-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh, yeah.
Now, anything, you start getting into the 120s, then all bets are off. But 50, 60, and you're losing roof tiles, your roof was needed to be replaced anyway.
Oh man, it's freaking.
It's what? Oh man, it's freaking what? I suffered worse conditions than that.
Yeah, you did.
This is me driving home. So I went up. I went up Friday right after the show to see. I don't think, we obviously couldn't have raced on Saturday because this all kind of came through a little bit sooner. But I went up there on Friday to see, because we were scheduled to have the Wiener Nationals and to race this past Saturday night. But I just can't cancel. I got to go up there and show the condition of the track and take pictures of the water and all that kind of stuff and post on the Facebook and say, unfortunately, due to the weather that's coming, along with the weather we've received over the week, I don't think we could get the track ready, and so we're rescheduling or postponing this Saturday night's races till August 28th. Okay, but I had to go. I was in Ocala by noon. I was on the grader trying to do the best I can, see if I could. Because at that point, none of the weather had come.
No.
And so I was trying to fix the track from the weather we've received and try to, see if I could rough it in. But then this type of weather hit, and it was like, it'll be lucky if I could get a track ready in 2 weeks. The only way to get a dirt track ready once you've had, 5 inches of rain is to literally, you have to plow it up like a field. You got to plow it up like a field and then hope for about 5 or 6 straight days of sunshine in order to get it dry. It's
going to be tough.
It's going to be tough. I'm not even going up there until it's done raining. Then I got to plow it open. That's a whole other tough process. And so anyway, Friday I go up there. I'm at the track. It's like 5 or 6 o'clock. and all of a sudden it just lets loose. It starts raining. So I'm like, I'm going to go home. Well, I got my Crown Vic, right? My 04. That's what I like drive. If I'm just driving to the track myself, you know, or just me, even me in the merch crick, rather than and I don't need my truck for anything. Like sometimes you'll need your truck to move stuff around when you're up there. But if I don't need my truck for anything, Lummy, a lot of times I'll just take my 04 Crown Vic.
That makes sense.
It's reliable, you know. It's not, you know, it's got Adam from Fender Works' brand new paint job on it. It looks cool.
Yeah.
Like I don't care. It's a promotional vehicle. It's got Bubba Army all over the side. It's got green, you know, flashing lights in the back and green flashing lights to the side and to the front. It's got 198,000 miles on it. But you know what, Lummy? The radio works. The air blows cold. I got brand new tires. Although one, I think I ran over a nail because I think one of them's flat.
Oh no.
Yeah, and so Lummy, I think I made a mistake. As you can see, I'm driving. Oh, by the way, one of my windshield wipers is broken.
And, so you only got one?
Well, I got two, but the one looks like it's getting ready to fly off at any moment.
Oh.
And then at that point, you're really screwed because you got
metal on glass.
Metal on glass.
Disaster.
And the only way to really fix it is to pull in somewhere that's dry and go in and get some Gorilla Tape or some type of, you know,
a new wiper blade.
Well, you're right, if you could, but if you just wanted to temporarily fix it, as long as you put some tape, you know, like some duct tape or some Gorilla Tape on it, you can get by with just the driver's side windshield under emergency circumstances.
Yes, if the thing's completely off though, and you do two swipes, you've scratched your windshield.
I know.
I've done it before.
I know. So I got this windshield that's really wonky. I got this windshield wiper that's really wonky, Lummy. Looks like it's gonna fall off at any time. I'm going through, arguably now, 5 or 10 minutes before this video. It was so bad that you couldn't even see your like you literally couldn't see past your hood. It was like you're driving into like a white wall. And I was down to 15 miles an hour, right?
Wow.
Well, let me, first of all, my check engine light's on, and that's my fault because I put 114 I put Sunoco HCR 114 octane in my car. I had some old fuel from Tyler's Modified laying around, Lummy. So I'm like, you know, so I think that really might be doing something to my motor.
Oh, no.
Because I don't think.
It's not going to blow it up, is it?
I don't know. It makes it run extra lean.
Do you get that white stuff on your exhaust tips?
I don't even, Lummy, Dan, I just, anytime I make it, I'm just glad to make it to where I'm go. I don't go look and inspect my car once I get there. I'm just happy it made it.
Yeah, if I run really over octaned gas in my other cars, like street cars, you get that like white sort of crusty film on your exhaust.
I think you're looking at an 04 Crown Vic exhaust, my friend. So, Lummy, I'm driving home. This is a 22-minute video of me driving. I'm figuring like, listen, I'm driving home on Friday afternoon. I don't have anything to do. Why not? Let's go live on YouTube. Just go live.
Why not?
It got almost 5,000 views. But what really has, and let me just play a little bit of it, okay, real fast. First of all, my gas light's on, Lummy, because my car could blow at any minute. Secondly, I got this wiper blade. Wait till you see it. It's the right one that's just flip-flopping, and it looks like it's going to fall off at any time. Watch. Buddy,
oh, God.
Can you see it? Yeah. It literally looks like it's got a limp wrist, and it's ready to fall off at any time. Now, this ends up being a something I'm in a real pricky mood today, okay?
Yes.
And this is one of the reasons why. I'm gonna try to get back on a good mood, okay? Apologize for all those who've been affected. Thanks. So, Lummy, is that
what put you in a bad mood on this video?
Well, so I remember a year ago that the state of Florida passed a law stating that if you're on a road that has a registered or marked mile per hour of 55 or more, that you have it's legal to turn on your four-ways. Now, what most people don't know, because they're not familiar with the law, is the old law up until a year ago was you only turn your four-ways on if your vehicle is a hazard. Not if you're driving in hazardous or, bad weather conditions. It had nothing to do with the weather. The only way you could have your four-ways on was if you were having problems with your vehicle or you had an extra wide pipe hanging out or something to do with the vehicle. Had nothing to do with the weather, but all the boomers and all the old-timers, Lummy, even when it was illegal, they would turn on their four-ways.
Yeah, get in the slow lane.
So driving with your blinkers on a couple years ago was illegal?
Yes. Unless, it would be legal.
Unless your car was leaking oil and
or
something was damaged to the car.
Yes.
But just because the conditions were crappy and you were scared, having your blinkers on was illegal.
Exactly.
Bubba's grain of rice, $20.
So, Lummy, of course, here comes the comments, right? Hazard lights on. I'm not going to get into my response. I really... Lummy, I engaged them as bad as Seth engaged Carlos.
Oh,
Remind me about that. Seth v. Carlos. It went down this weekend.
You want to know about it, or?
No, I do.
Okay.
But just one of our many topics. Lummy, here a guy said. So I played it. Let me play the video first. Okay. Here's the video that I put up. I'm live Friday, headed home. Got a ton of people watching. It's got 4.1. It's got 4,100 views.
Nice.
People like it. Of course, all you dick commentators simply are just dicks. Here we go. It was very. I mean, it was all right. It wasn't the best content in the world, but it filled up 22 minutes of your time and my time. Who cares? I'm just driving. I've been driving like this. Look, and I got Lummy, this was treacherous. Where's my chat? Where's my cat? Lummy, I love putting close caption on because sometimes it really messes it up.
No,
like I said, where's my chat, right?
Yeah.
Well, this interprets where.
This looks difficult to pull off.
Seth, usually I can drive with one-handed and be distracted and stuff, but I was having to look at the camera to make sure it was framed up.
Oh, boy.
Lazy wiper on the right side,
So this is what people are doing when they're driving down the road during monsoons?
With their hazards on.
I think this is exactly, I think this is, Seth, as illegal. This is exactly what you shouldn't be doing during a very hazardous situation.
Did that hit you at all where you go, man, maybe I should just...
I was like, man, I can pull this off.
You're going to die getting 4,000 views for YouTube, Bubba.
Hold on, though, but how about this? I often think of this. If this thing would get away from me and I would like rear end a guy, smash into a dude or something like that, it would go so viral, would it not? And maybe I did die. And, the last thing you see is the airbag going into my face. Okay? But Rhett's able to go in and stop the stream, right?
Yes.
And thumb up the stream. Bubba dies and tragedy. I mean, that might be your guys' retirement. That might be your going away check. Goes so damn viral.
Well, all right.
Who do you collect it from?
I was just wondering where we get all our money from.
If I happen to die while doing something treacherous and the video goes viral to the point where I'm going to, everybody.
Does YouTube monetize death videos?
They may not. They may not. So,
we're gonna need somebody to agree to buy this ahead of time.
No, Rhett, even though I die, you're gonna have to put that Bubba barely makes it, even though I'm dead, just so that you guys get that last check. Because you don't want to get it demonetized. Everybody would cover it, would they not?
Oh, yeah.
Gladly.
I heard that. Now look at my one wiper. My right wiper literally looks like it's going to fling off the car at any minute. I don't know how it hung on.
Bubba, you beat me with my windshield wipers if they look like that.
I know. I got to get a new one. I just got to make sure I didn't blow my car up, Lummy, with running HCR race gas, 114 octane. Lummy, look at the chat and see if there's any mechanics in there and say, if running 114 octane on something that's, probably designed to have, 87 octane. I probably got 9-to-1 compression pistons, and 114 HCR race gas is made for like a 14-to-1 compression piston.
According to the internet, it says yes, you can.
What? You can't.
But you'll be wasting your money. You can use higher octane.
Yeah, it'll burn your valves.
Hold on, not high. I mean, higher octane.
I put 114.
You did?
Yes, I put 114 octane in just a regular car, and it says yes, you're wasting money.
But didn't say anything about burning the valves or anything?
They didn't really address that. What they're saying is you're not going to get any extra performance out of it. But you can burn valves and do things like that.
Yeah.
So there's.
But what's a burn valve on a 2004 Crown Vic?
Well,
so I got a burn valve.
It would have to be replaced.
I've been driving back from Ocala, and it has been. Now, if you can see, Lummy, this guy's got his 4-ways on. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. Horrible. The guy in front of him. Might as well go live on chat. My broken windshield wiper, my check engine light on. Oh, there you go.
Do people in other states wonder how we do this?
What's up, everybody? I can't. What's that?
Do people in other states wonder how we drive in these downpours and we do other things?
I don't know.
Or it's just happening everywhere.
I think they probably, if there's a big snowstorm in Minnesota, guys out there probably, 4-wheeling through it. And
you'll slide right off the road, right?
No, he's probably pretty damn good like me.
That's the whole point, Seth, is that just like, we wonder what it's like to drive in the snow, and the people up north wonder what it's like to drive in, torrential rain. It's different.
I've driven in both.
Yeah, and they both suck.
But you can still get a lot done while you're driving in both of them.
Seth, I think it shows my skill set that I finally found what I could do right. I can drive during torrential conditions.
You should be a storm chaser and just to text during that and see if you survive.
And still put together some decent content with some commentary while having a few curveballs with your check engine light and a lazy wiper. I got my green. Let me see. Those are my lights.
Yeah.
I got these 2 lights are my wigwags in the back, and then these 2 lights here are my green side marker lights. I should have went outside and took a picture of what my car looked like, because everybody else had their 4-ways on so that you'd be noticed. Man, you could not. I was flickering green. You couldn't miss me. Imagine what the people were saying when they pull. What is that?
They're probably looking at you. Iggy McGillicuddy 20 on the super chat.
They were looking at that logo, Bubba Army, bitch.
That's right.
Did you think about pulling over?
No.
Okay.
I got my wigwags in the back. Hold on, I think you can see the wigwags here. Hold on. I got my green side micers on. I got my wigwag.
Oh yeah, you can.
Right here, you can see the wigwags. Not to be confused with the 50-50 rolls of tickets for.
50-50 raffle.
Those are my 50-50 raffle tickets, and my wigwags are behind them. The back. Let me get my backpack back there. The merch crick couldn't go with me. Usually the merch crick goes with me. But she's with her mom.
Yes.
Is her mom doing okay? Is she kind of creeping up? Better?
Yeah, a little bit better. I'm going to talk to Dan about it. Looks like some illegal Mexicans just hit me, Lummy. I just went from Webster, Florida to Chicago. Got shot. All right, so that's the video that I put up on Friday. Okay.
You went live. This was you going live.
Yeah, I went live.
God.
So I went live. I didn't even tape it. I went live.
Like 6 o'clock.
So I start reading the comments, and these people start calling me boomer, and you're officially that guy that runs his 4-ways during, you're that guy, you're boomer, that's. Let me just read them. Hazard lights on, haha, you're one of those.
Actually, he said yours one of those.
What's that?
He said yours one of those.
Yours one of those. Seriously, Bubba, driving with the hazards on. You from Miami? Okay.
Is that racial?
I think so.
Oh boy.
It says to be fair. Might as well say fat too. To be fair, it looks like everybody had their hazard on. Maybe it's a Florida thing.
Oh, what about that one, Bubba? Scroll back up. The guy said, go up a little more. There's somebody that said, so you're one of those people that turn their hazards on when it rains. That's illegal and makes it difficult for everyone around you. Stop doing that. You should know better.
Yeah. So
he's wrong.
So now hold on. That's what pissed me. Seth, thank you for finding that, because I skipped over it. I didn't see it, so thank you.
It got the most thumbs up.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, one was, yeah, it was from the entire Kushner fashion. Phoebe liked it. Little Phoebe, and then you, 3. So you're one of those people who turn their hazards on when it rains. This is an illegal act and makes it difficult for everybody around you. Stop driving that. Stop doing that. You should know better. So I got this guy, Dan, who thinks he's all that. Like, you right?
Yeah.
Okay, mother effers. Hold on, more. Bro, the hazards, really? That's a boomer move, man. Okay, hold on. You're driving with your hazards on in the rain? Jobber driver. Wow. Not to be a dick, but I'm pretty sure it's illegal to drive with hazards on in Florida.
Wait, was that Iggy McGillicuddy?
It better not be, because I'll kill him.
Oh,
no, I think yeah.
That's his picture.
Is he 122 though?
Well, I don't know. There's like a red thing next to it.
Oh wait, he did say he was donating $20 for Iggy being Iggy.
Yeah, Iggy being a dick.
Iggy, you know what, Iggy? I'll gladly accept your apology, because you know what? Florida State Statute 316-239-7-7 says flashing lights are prohibited on vehicles except subsection C during the periods of extremely low visibility on roadways with the posted speed limit of 55 mile an hour or higher.
Face him.
Suck my D.
So it's permitted. It's
Turn
legal.
off your 4-ways. Probably try to be more cautious. Your engine light is on.
Iggy apologized.
No hazards in the rain. If you're driving, it's supposed to be only if you're stopped on an emergency. So Dan, on all these people who think that they know more than me and think, Dan, one of the reasons why I put my hazards on is because I remember this law being passed a year ago, and I'm right and they're all wrong. What, Lummy? They even did a television story about it. You ready? This is how prepared I am.
All right, 6:15, time for Ask Trooper Steve. We answer questions you send in, and today is about driving in severe weather.
Yep, it's the time of the year, and we see this all the time.
This guy here is a trooper. Lummy, I think they even call him Trooper
Steve.
Is that a state trooper?
Yeah.
Trooper Steve.
Trooper Steve, buddy. On the X, he's at Trooper Steve _ Real modern day FS super.
Whatever.
Trooper.
You don't have the giant hat. You're not FHP.
Time of the year, and we see this all the time. So this is the question that we have. In bad weather, is it legal to turn on your hazards? I heard the law changed. Can I drive with them active? So I'm going to answer these questions very clearly and then provide you my sense here. But yes, the law has changed. Boom.
Wow.
Boom. I mean, I'm just saying.
Boom or boomers.
That's all I got to play.
Why does it bother people so much when they see the hazard lights?
I don't know why.
Well, having the state law that lights in general have to be on if your wipers are on, if the conditions are rainy, I think is a wonderful law. And it's not like that in every state. The blinkers, it's annoying to drivers that they don't have their own blinkers on, but I understand it's legal and it's probably helpful because it's hard to see stuff far away.
I think that if you're that guy that it's barely raining or whatever, and he's got his hazards on and he's going 30 mile an hour slower than everybody in the right hand lane. We've seen those guys. Yes, we have, and the conditions might be a little bit rainy, but whatever. But when it gets, you saw the conditions I was in. And you also saw that every other vehicle had their 4-ways on, and now you know the law. I'm on I-75 where the speed limit's 70 miles an hour. There wouldn't be a person that wouldn't agree that those were some extreme weather conditions.
Yeah.
And I have my flash. I don't care if you don't like it or it bugs you or not.
You sure you didn't think about pulling off at maybe like a Ramada Inn on the way home and maybe just sleeping it off? Waiting the rainstorm out?
No.
Safety first.
No, I know I need to get home. I need to get home, man.
That's zero visibility out there, Bubba.
Bella needs to get home. I need to get home for Bella to let her out so she can pee and poop because Birch Creek's been at the hospital all day. So I'm hauling ass back.
You need to hire a dog walker or anything?
No, hell no.
Okay.
Especially you.
I didn't offer. I just said I know people.
Oh, no,
But I was kind of offering. $25 a walk.
No.
$5 for a belly rub.
No, Jesus.
What? Dude, that's $30.
Dog will get so many belly rubs. 20 belly rubs, Bubba.
You got to buy the belly rub package.
My dog can stay in its little cage until I get home. And then I get home and I let it out. And
it's not a cage, Bubba. That's cruel. You have to call it
It's called a crate.
Yeah.
We actually call it her office.
There you go.
That's honest to God, I can tell her, go get in your office. And she'll go get in her office. Like if she's been naughty or she's, like when we have company, Lummy, and she's going 4,000 miles an hour, she gets the zoomies. So I'll be like, go in your office. And she'll go right to her office. That's how well I got her trained. And so with the crick. I can get the crick to go in her office, too. I got them both in there at the same time.
Oh, man.
Both of them need to settle down a little bit. So everybody, man, you know what? I'd like for all you people out there, it's never going to happen. But Lummy, each person that I corrected, it'd be nice, not to always be fat and always be stupid and always be wrong and you always try to face me and you call me boomer and I'm getting old and all that kind of stuff. That gets to me eventually. You know what? You know what would be cool? Would be a nice gesture if all you dicks that were, being so mean to me out there
send us $50.
Well, I'm not even mean.
That would help.
Well,
Accept the apology.
At least Iggy apologized and sent $20.
Well, no money needed. Just go to the thread and say, you know what? I was wrong and you were right. Like
you just want thread defense and you're cool.
Yeah,
that's all you're looking for.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't need you to give me a $5 bill and say you're sorry. I need to say, you know what? I called you a fat boomer and called you officially one of those guys. I got called like 5 or 6 different things. You're committing a legal act. Everything from Lummy being a criminal to being a boomer and everything in between. Stupid. I need you people to, and I even listen. Not only did I actually put the state statute in there. Like Dan, I don't think that I think it's irrefutable. Is that what it's called?
Yes, it's irrefutable.
Like it's
hard to argue.
Right, you can't.
Iggy McGillicuddy, 25. You faced me. I apologize. Love you, buddy.
You got $45 for this apology.
Yeah. All right, Iggy, stop.
His covers everybody else's.
Now you're making me feel. Iggy died for everybody's sins. Iggy was the comment Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Iggy died for your sins. Thank you, Iggy. I love you. Thank you.
Do you get bothered you get bothered when people call you a boomer?
No. Yeah, kind of.
I honestly
I do.
I really didn't start hearing it as like an insult until I started working here. And Anna called you a boomer, and now I see it's kind of caught on.
When you're a guy like Dan and I, and we're 58 years old, and we don't think that we act 58. And we certainly don't have jobs that normal 58-year-old dudes have. And I just, to me,
you're like a special kind of boomer.
Well, but here's the deal: it's different when your job all your life has been to stay pop relevant, culturally relevant, and not be an old guy. And people are now saying, for whatever reasons, that you're an old guy when the instance that they're reciting, they're bona finally wrong on.
Right.
Like I'm just saying, yeah, that pisses me off. When now, if they would say, if I would put some type of boomer situation up there, and it's right down the boomer highway, like on par with what boomers do, then I got to sit there and maybe accept that I'm boomed out a little bit. They got me in a boomer situation.
New Malplaisir, $10 on the
Thank
super
you.
chat.
Thank you, guys.
And also,
tips.
And also, when stupid, fat, ugly millennials call me a boomer, it doesn't bother me. I just laugh back at them.
Well, you deal with the public more than I do. I got to deal with people in the comment section who don't know the law. And so when this boomer faces you with the law, what's that make you? A stupid millennial? Or a stupid I don't think too much Gen X listens to us. I don't think we have a big.
We are Gen X. What are you talking about?
I meant Gen Z.
Yeah, we're Gen X. We're the front side of Gen X.
I'm talking about not being a boomer. Here I am. Forget what I am. I'm a goddamn boomer. Jesus, you guys are right. So sorry. So anyway, Lummy, if people wanted to go watch, and Lummy, your GOAT report got some good hits
Yeah, it
yesterday,
did.
like 3,000 hits on that. How did that? I didn't watch it. How did that go?
It went well. I had up to 150 people.
Were they
a lot of new people? Because we hit that algorithm with the goats, so it pops it in there now.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're like part of when people are looking for goats, they might throw you in there as a suggestion.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
A lot of those nasty goat efforts finally found us.
Yeah,
Sure did.
exactly.
A lot of old women.
Really?
Yeah, and they get you views, so that's
They're
all
like,
I care
oh my
about.
God, look at that handsome, rugged lumberjack of a man. Look very gentle with the goats. What did yesterday's goat report? Any of them do any tricks, or were
No,
you just?
they were kind of all pouty because of the rain.
Yeah, listen, the goats hate water.
Well, I mean, wet wool sucks. I mean, I can't imagine it being very good for them.
No, and they hate it.
Yep.
But we have Big Red built with with regards to weather. You can't build something that's completely shut. That way you'd put it you have to have a way to go outside.
Correct.
So Big Red built this very sleek looking goat condo. Remember, Lummy, when we used to have a goat Haiti town?
Yes.
Okay, and then we knocked it all down. God bless his soul, Big Red. And he built a very Miami, clean, slick-looking condo.
A Cat 5 approved hurricane with
Yeah.
straps on it.
Yeah, and I think when they get inside that little green area, I think they stay pretty dry. Do they not?
Oh, no, they do.
They can go back clear. They can go clear back. Even if the rain was coming into the side a little bit, if they go back to the corner, which has enough room for both of them, they can stay dry.
Correct.
Under extreme conditions.
Yes.
Now, we also have a tube, a big, long, huge drainage tube that they can get in.
Yes, and underneath.
And underneath seems to be where Baby likes to be.
Yes.
And then it looks like Hootie likes to be in the actual enclosure.
Yeah, he does. He's the one that really hates the water.
Really?
Right, yeah.
So,
for whatever reason, but yeah, it did well.
I didn't come over here on the studio. I didn't come over to the studio yesterday and check. I think you did, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
That's when your goat report was.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back out there and look at how bad it was from last night, just to see how flooded it is back there.
Both goats were floating this morning when I went back there.
Upside down.
I mean, I think first of all, they love high ground.
Oh yes.
So secondly, it would have to, if the water got up to their very top level condominium, the penthouse.
We wouldn't be broadcasting.
No, this building would be gone.
Yeah. Which I told Mitch
I would say, their top penthouse observation deck. I mean, that's the goat penthouse observation deck.
Yes.
It would be probably to the ceiling. If it got up that high, that means water where we're sitting right now, Dan, would be above our heads, probably closer to the ceiling.
Really? Like at least TV height?
Oh yeah, about TV.
Yeah.
Yes, about TV height.
Wow.
So if
we'd be done.
if they're on their top bunk, just to stay, we're done. I better make sure I got great insurance on this building.
Yeah. Macho Man would have been freaking out.
Can you imagine if we lost everything? Mach, if we lost everything, would you? But we have insurance
And each other?
Would you build? No, we didn't lose each other.
No, I'm saying you said we have insurance and each other.
And each other.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Would you build this? Would you build? But we had to do it in this space. Would you build it completely different?
I think he's at the other tower.
Oh, that's right.
Could maybe we get a cool spot in downtown Tampa, Bubba?
No, I think we got to stay here.
Oh, we do. Okay.
We got to
We can
stay
do my
here.
carriage house.
No,
If this
Dan,
thing gets
stop.
wiped
We're
off,
not going
if it
over
gets
there.
wiped off, if this thing gets, first of all, Bubba, if you have 8 feet of water here, this place is done.
I know.
For weeks or months.
I mean, realistically, if you're getting a storm surge, Bubba, Dan's getting a storm surge too.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Dan.
You don't get him where I
you're-
am.
Dan.
You'd have to get a 97-foot storm surge to get to Dan.
Yeah.
Exactly. Dude,
Well, I'm
it's not
talking about
coming to
going
me.
up. I'm going up the bay.
Dude,
No.
my house won't flood for about 1,000 years. It's not happening.
All right. I don't know where we're going to do the show. We're here. We're arguing about where we're going to do the
I think
show.
we're good, man. I think this building's sturdy, and I think we survived another one. And let's just be grateful for that and pray.
Yeah,
Amen.
Let's do that. And if you're one of the people that mother effed me on our YouTube channel, by the way, our YouTube channel at The Bubba Army, and if you look under the live section, you'll see the latest being, the show, this particular show. But then, I think the next one is your goat report.
Yes.
Then I think the next one is my, driving in a torrential downpour rain deal.
Yeah.
With a broken wiper, with the gas, with the check engine light on, while driving with one hand and filming and going live on the other in a very torrential downpour where, I don't know, half of the people tried to make it look like, because I had my four-ways on, like everybody else, tried to make it as if I was I'm Johnny Boomer. I don't know the law. I'm officially that guy. I'm fat and stupid. When really, you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about because Dan, they were saying it's illegal to do that. No, I'm right and you're wrong. And go take your loss like a man. Go on there and say you're sorry right now, or I have zero respect for you.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
From Pensacola.
Pensacola?
I mean, I'm sorry, from where the fuck? Wherever it's hitting.
Perry?
Yeah, do we have anybody live from
Boots on the ground?
Yeah, let me see if it's back up. There was one guy.
Man, they are snatching all kinds of videos up off Twitter.
Oh, all the Olympic stuff.
I mean, you can't even get a copy of a copy of a copy of anything, man. And fuck that big dick guy, man. He should learn how to tuck it.
Dad, and fuck that male the boxer.
Well, she's calling.
No, she's a fucking man.
She's calling for no bullying.
Fuck that bitch.
Algeria stands with her. Algeria says no one was saying anything when she was losing to real women.
That's their only fucking gold medal they're gonna win. Of course they're standing with her.
That's true. That is true. But we also did the school supply drive yesterday.
Heard it went well.
Did it go well?
Yeah, gave out 280 backpacks.
280?
Yeah, in like an hour.
Jesus.
Maybe an hour and a half, maybe.
Did you make them all sign in?
No. Why, should we have?
Like join Bubba Army or,
Oh, no. It was just kind of a walk up and get your backpack thing.
Like follow or subscribe?
It all bothers me.
We didn't have the QR code at all. We did have gifts for the children.
That's sweet.
They're like, I need a backpack for my nephew and my cousin who's not here. Like, take a backpack.
Backpack for you, like Oprah.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
get a backpack. You get a backpack.
I mean, everybody from the Army sent so much stuff, man. Like,
Let's see, but they're all Bubba Army backpacks, right? Some of them were?
No.
They were just backpacks?
All kid backpacks, yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I think a kid would fall over if he wore a tactical bag to school.
But that video got 2.1 million.
That's incredible.
Your the Instagram one?
Yep.
Good.
You guys can make money off that.
How do you do that?
You have to put your profile in a creator mode and probably not a business mode, which I don't think changes things too much, but then, I mean, I'd imagine you'd get at least a few $100 for something that goes millions.
Do you have to have over 10,000?
No,
We cracked 10,000 too. From 2 a week ago.
Well, I mean, it should be good. You should be fine. Maybe see what your social media girl thinks, but I think if you guys are going to be doing those, I mean, why not have them?
At least pay for her.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, exactly.
Not get rich off of it, but pay for the social media.
Yeah, that's true.
Morning, organic Gene Neil Mount Plaisir. Good morning.
What up, Neil? I'm gonna get back to you. I saw you DM me about Pat Maroon in St. Louis. I thought he normally hung out in St. Louis in the off season, but he was here.
Who hang out in St. Louis?
I don't know. It just, at least his family's from there.
Oh, okay.
And he played there for a while. But I don't know if he's gonna end up there.
I think his wife likes a little more activity.
Yeah, that's true.
She get bored there.
What up, don't panic, it's organic, Gene.
He's the biggest Longhorn Steakhouse groupie. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy. Dan's Instagram is up to 2.1 million views, 85,000 likes. God, and I could have done it so much better. Don't get mad at me for saying that. Turn the volume up. It's here we go. Diaco_law. Follow him. You get great stuff like this. Some behind the scenes Dan stuff. Now, Dan, does that do you think in the world that you and your brother live in that you're looking at Jay's best performing video at X and yours is shattering records at an alarming pace? Does that make you does that give you a little Dan-ness, if you will?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There you go, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, that's on brand. Mm-hmm. Look at me, Johnny 2.1. Oh, Jay, what's your last one? 250,000? Oh, okay. Did you know what my new numbers are? 2.1 million. Buddy, you may have far more time in the courtroom, but buddy, you can see who the star of the show is here. Woo!
And you wanted to redo this whole thing, Bubba, and the guy's got 2 million views.
Yeah, well, wait, mine's going to do 10 million when I do one. Bitch. Just saying.
I'm just glad for the firm.
Oh, I am too.
Yeah.
I am
we both
too.
benefit.
I am too. And you know what? My actually, Dan, might fall flat on its face, and then your internet girl can say, you know what? You need to write me an apology, bitch. Because mine did 3.4 million and yours did 280,000. Fatso, stick to radio. And I'd have to sit there and take that because I've been, I'm like, well, I can do it better. If I can't do it better, then I got to eat you. Then you got to say you're sorry, Lummy. It's like when you try to call me a boomer for putting my four-ways on. You're wrong. You took an L, bitch.
So you're sorry.
I may have to talk. I may have to take an L. This girl here that they hired, she certainly knows how to. Hey, I'll tell you this, man, Dan. She knows how to move the needle.
Well, it definitely got moved, and again, I didn't like the edit. I wasn't happy with the video, and it's weird because Seth, you can explain this. It's very difficult to repeat lightning, and I don't know how this video did so well. What was so magical about it? Some videos, you see someone that, just walking down the street and they suddenly just spontaneously explode. That video is going to go viral. But from someone just doing like, hey, this is me, and it goes viral, it was incredible.
It might have been how she hashtagged it. It might have been a combination of just the wording that she used. Seth, tell. There's no.
There's no explaining it. But what you have here is you have a concept that goes in a genre. It is a day in the life of a doctor and a lawyer. I would imagine that those are things that people are clicking on quite often as far as hashtags. So
yeah.
I think it's the right recipe.
Yeah, I do too. I really do too. I think she knows the right recipe, and the video is good. But she also knows a good video with her right recipe gets you to where you are today, buddy.
Finished surgery. Everything went real smoothly.
She, the right music. She picked the music.
And now I'm going to go to the medical office and see some patients. I'm back in my work clothes, and it's time to head to the office. All right, we are pulling up to my office now. the Diaco Institute of Plastic Surgery. Time to get to work being a doctor. I'll check back with you in a little bit. All right, well, I'm going to the medical office, and now I am pulling up to Diaco Law.
You know, when I was making the videos, I was criticized for talking. They're like, well, you don't need to talk. You know, I'm like, they like to hear you talk.
All right, just finished making.
By the way, Dan, don't start everything with all right.
Some law calls and doing some legal work, and I think I'm almost done for the day. So I am going to get my car and head home and try to get the rest of this day completed.
See that right there? You know, you talked a little too much there. You're a little bit lost.
Mm-hmm.
One of those days.
All right, so
are you really ever smiling when you show up to home, Dan?
No, never. That was fake.
No. Dot. That was fake. Dan's official statement.
Yeah, sometimes when I just realize that my day is over, I do smile.
Anyway, Dan, one of these days we're going to reshoot that. I got to think. We'll never reshoot it. I'm too tired.
No, we'll reshoot it.
Lummy, I don't know what this is from. They'd be like, if Minnie Mouse ever won a medal, this is probably what her interview would sound like. By the way, I watched a lot. I think probably because of the inclement weather and not really able to do a lot of the outside activities in Tampa, Florida were about zero for the weekend.
Yes.
You really couldn't do anything. Everybody stayed inside. It was probably great for NBC and Paris coverage, because I find myself, even though I might, want to watch my American History Channel, Lummy, or my Greed Channel, or or Fox, I find myself wanting to catch Olympics too. Like I watched that guy, do the shot put.
Yes.
I watched that whole scenario. I watched the women's 100. I watched the men's 100. I watched did you see that American bicyclist?
The girl?
Yeah. She was
great.
down by 30 seconds with about 8 kilometers left. She was down by 30 seconds, but she had a pack of about 4 or 5 with her, Dan. And then did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
And then she had the 2 people that were out front that, were 30 seconds ahead. Now, Dan, did they choke by not drafting enough? Because they should.
They were out of gas. They've been out front for a while, and they got tired, so they get caught by some breakaways off the peloton.
Right.
And then she just kept leapfrogging, and she got up to that top group, stayed there until she caught her breath.
Hold on. So this is the American, man. So we haven't won. I don't know what her name is. I think she's the absolute Cinderella of. I mean, listen. There's a lot of Americans that are winning 3 and 4 golds and things like this, but we haven't won a gold in this particular sport, women's, long distance biking, in over 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
And this woman didn't even make the team. Somebody else made the team, and I don't know how this works, but she was the woman who made the team initially is participating, either got hurt or is participating in another sport, and gave her team slot to this person. Now, I didn't know that you could do that, but I guess you can.
She's like the Democrats.
So this person here that won gold, she's by the way, she's number 33, Lummy, and she's with the girl that's number 3, and they are with like a part of a 2 or 4.
It's a 4-person breakaway.
4-person breakaway. Now, Dan, can those guys, because you know this sport very well, because you have these type of bikes and you have done these type of bike rides
and races. Yes,
it's what I'm saying. Like, you've raced in these type of races where guys are drafting and just how to position so to get the. So a lot of times you'd see the front guy pedaling like hell, and the back guy would occasionally have to coast because he was getting sucked along so much.
There's so much of an advantage if you're drafting off of somebody. You get to relax so much more. Your heart rate's 20, 30 beats less. You're putting out probably 25, 30% less work. It's a huge advantage to be second in that parade.
So you got this woman. She's from America. We haven't won the gold in 40 years, and they're 30 seconds back. And you can see these four, they kind of all flip-flop and take turns at being on front, right? Like Dan,
they share the draft. They share the positions.
They'll be like, there'll be a guy. There'll be one of the four girls that'll be up front for a minute, and then they're all kind of counting, and then she'll kind of get out of line. The next girl go in, then she'll suck up in the bottom.
Right, and a good draft, they're cycling more than just a minute. I mean, they're taking maybe 30 seconds at a time at the front.
That's it. Right. So, because they are
hauling
right,
ass.
They're doing 30 seconds of just as hard as they can go.
Right, and they're doing 30 miles an hour.
Right.
They're going really fast.
Exactly. So you can see them start getting into the lead. 28 seconds, 27 seconds, 19 seconds, 18 seconds. 12 seconds. Then remember, Dan, when it got down to 4 seconds, the four, the American and the three others, you could actually see them. They were just right ahead of you. So finally, they get it down to, 0.5. They get it down to a second, and then 0.54 of a second, and they had this one turn. So they're at this point, a half a second, they're all together. All 6 bikes are pretty much in a big wad together, and there's about 4 kilometers left. Now, Dan, how far in miles is 4 kilometers?
2.4.
So there's like 2.5 miles left. And so they're all together, Lummy. They're all kind of gummed up. Yeah. And this girl, this American girl, God bless her little soul, it's like all of a sudden she got thighs of Earl Campbell, and she just kicked it. And the other girls, I think, Dan, thought that she kicked it too early and that she was going to run out. And that bitch just kept pedaling like she was the Energizer Bunny and smashed everybody. And then those 3 had to try to, all position themselves for, because
that last second sprint.
Because of the 3, one was going to, one was not going to get a medal. Two were going to get silver and bronze, and then one was not going to get nothing.
She put like 30 seconds of distance between them in less than a minute.
Yeah, I mean,
when she started taking off, and she's only been cycling
10 years.
7.
Yeah,
7 years.
And you see
she did crew at Harvard. She's a smart woman. She went to Harvard.
How good? I'm sorry, go ahead. She went to Harvard.
She went to Harvard.
So she's smart.
She did crew. She was one of the people that did rowing, and then she's also a venture capitalist. So she's rich too. So God bless her. She's smart, rich, and she's a great athlete. She had no business
She's
being
not
there.
a great athlete.
She's
an Olympic gold. I mean,
medalist.
There's great athletes, and then there's Olympic gold. Like that's next. I mean, you're at that point you can say you're the best in the world.
Yeah, she kicked ass, and she's from a little town in Alaska too. God
Yeah.
bless her. I'm happy for her.
You had the swimmers too. You both set world records, and the guy Bobby's from Clearwater.
Oh, really?
Bobby Finkel, yeah. And he was in one of the worst lane positions for swimming, lane 7.
I didn't see. I don't know if I saw that footage.
1,500 meter gold, and then the
Man, you watch it when you watch him swim 1,500 meters, and it's like, my God, how many more laps they got?
Yeah. Well, the women's,
I could maybe swim 1 lap leisurely and be okay. They do like 16 laps.
Yeah, it's
well, because
insane.
Dan, each lap's 50 meters.
Right. So they got to do 32 lengths of the pool, or
16.
30 lengths of the pool.
Is it 30?
It's 1,500.
It's the fifth. So they have to go up
Which is almost a mile.
So up and back, how many times? 15? 15?
Yes.
Wow. No.
Up and back 15. Each lap is 50.
They actually have to go 30 laps, but it's 1 and back.
Right.
One and back equals 15, or it's 30 links of the pool.
Correct.
30. How about that one? Is it called the intermediate, Lummy, where they have to incorporate all of them? They got to do
medley.
Is that the medley?
That's the one.
Man, that is back. Because one guy could be like a pretty good freestyler, and one dude, all he has to train for is the breaststroke, and then the other dude, he's a good backstroker, and then they what do they got the freestyle, which is just like how regular people swim.
End it. Yeah.
Then they got the breaststroke, the backstroke. Is that it? Oh no, yeah, that's it. I think that's the only 3 they got, isn't it?
It's back, breast, butterfly, and freestyle.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Breast means your hands can't come out of the water, but butterfly, your hands can come out of the water.
Right.
I think butterfly looks the most physical.
It's exhausting, dude. I can't do butterfly the whole length of a pool. It's exhausting.
I couldn't do butterfly from here to the stage.
It's exhausting. Breaststroke is easy. Butterfly is exhausting. But breaststroke is hard to go fast.
Yeah, I mean the women were like 3-4 seconds ahead of the rest of the.
I remember I was watching a lot of beach volleyball.
Oh yeah.
Man, you see some of those asses. Oof.
Much the Italians against the American women.
And boy, and some of the women track women are really beautiful.
Wasn't the Egyptian volleyball team all covered up?
Yes.
They were.
They were.
Can you send me a picture of that?
Didn't do well.
They did play in burqas.
Yeah, they had to play in burqa.
They didn't do well, did they?
Then they played Spain, whose asses were hanging out.
Yeah.
That's completely both ends of the spectrum,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
The poor Iranian team, they can't have anything but their eyeballs showing, and the Spain team, they got it all hanging out. They don't care.
I sent you a picture.
I mean, that might be like psychological warfare because the Iranian women would be like, the good women, Iranian women that have good bodies, they probably want to show them off, don't they?
And there are Iranian women with beautiful bodies.
Yeah.
There have to be. I'm just saying that. I just assume like that there's like life on outside of Earth.
I'm looking at the ass here. That's all right. I saw a lot nicer ones.
I was saying the Egyptians that are dressed up in burqas. That was the point.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
They
and
look
black
They
too.
look like Secret Service.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they have to play in.
Poor things. It's a wonder they didn't make them have it over their mouth too, right?
I think Egyptians a little looser on that one.
Little looser on
Yeah, they weren't Afghani.
Giving a girl the mouth.
Yeah.
Whew. I saw some stupid sports. How about that? Have you seen that whitewater rafting sport?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, what do they do? I was asking the merch crick. I was like, I wonder what they do with all these specially built facilities that, okay, for instance, are they going to use the stadium? Was the stadium there already and that's where they play soccer? Because I wouldn't think that that's where they play soccer because most soccer fields don't have a track built around them, and putting a track around an outdoor facility makes you that much further from the field. So football specific soccer or football specific stadiums usually don't have a field. A track except for the LA Coliseum. And let me, I think most soccer facilities get you closer to the sidelines. You don't have an 8-lane quarter-mile track around the entire place. So
it was built before the Olympics.
Okay, but how about the place where they play 3-on-3 basketball, and the place that they swim, and the place that they do the fencing, and the play every event has its own new, how many new buildings do they have to build in order to have the Olympics? Well, do they knock them down or keep them?
Let them keep them, and they're just kind of sitting there. And
were you saying, Seth?
I was going to say, I read that I think the surfers that are doing it are on an island that I believe is 10,000 miles away from Paris.
Yeah, they're in Fiji. It's a place called Chopu. It used to be a French colony.
Yeah, so I'm just saying there's a lot of different spots that they can go. It doesn't have to be all be in this one area where they can do these. So whether they have to build, certain structures, it's possible, but maybe they'll be like, hey, this is, 150 miles away from Paris, but it's built and it's going to work, so let's do it.
I think I've seen stories where
I sent you about Rio in Brazil, where they're all just sitting empty.
Yeah, thank you, Lemmy. I think I remember seeing articles about where these venues are specifically built for the Olympics, and then the town or the city doesn't have the sport or never to support the building, and the buildings often just go vacant and dilapidated. What are the venues for the Rio Olympics look like now? Let me. When was this?
2020.
16.
Yeah,
2014.
Yes.
When were the Olympics?
2016.
That's when they were in Rio.
Yes.
Now, but this article is from what?
2017. But if you scroll down, you kind of see. But they're getting worse, I guess.
All right. So now that's the opening ceremony place, right?
Correct.
And
they said that they can't use it.
They can't use it. What's this woman here?
I don't know.
Some type of sports complex. The view of the Olympic Aquatic Stadium. Let me look at that.
That's pretty
dilapidated.
Yeah. And then this is where they did the swimming.
Yep.
And look at they built. They're never going to have a swim meet in Brazil that's going to need this much seating. Mm-mm. You might need this much seating, and I don't even know they had that sport down there.
So when you go to a new town for the Olympics, there's three categories, I guess, of buildings. There's the temporary buildings, there's the buildings that are already there, and the buildings that they have to build. And I think one of the things that they really look for when picking a city is having fewer structures necessary to be built and having more existing structures
because
that are
doesn't
able to be repurposed.
the Olympic Commission have to fund the building, or does the
host country does?
And then they make the money off of it.
Right. Arguably, they make the money on the backside.
What,
an
like what
investment.
TV broadcasting rights?
And the venues, and the tourism, and the hotels, and the restaurants, and the tax.
An aerial view shows the Olympic Park, which was used for the 2016 Olympics in Rio de Janeiro. This was just like a year later. Like it's just,
done.
Sometimes they put some of these facilities are tourism destinations. Like I remember when I was in Europe, we went to like Austria and we saw like the ski jump and the stuff where their Winter Olympics had been there, maybe 15 years before. They were still touting it as this place to visit and to learn about what had happened. And,
I sent you a butter one from China, Bubba, because it did 10 years later. But I think Atlanta did good because their stadium turned into the baseball stadium that.
Right. Sometimes it makes sense.
I did also send you, Bubba, on your IM, speaking of building things.
So let me use it like that now. It's like this.
Yeah.
So, Rhett, Seth?
I was going to just say in Munich, they just built a $150 million stadium outside arena for Adele, and she's playing 5 shows there, and they believe that they're going to make $500 million off of it. So they built a $130 million stadium just for Adele for 5 nights. I'm sorry, she's doing 10 shows there.
You're kidding me.
No, I sent you what it looks like.
All right, here it is. In Munich, Germany literally built a $130 million custom stadium for Adele's concert, set to hold 80,000 fans. She's doing 10 shows starting today and ending August 31st. So 130 million divided by 10, Dan, would be what, 13 million?
Yep.
So they got to make, 13 million as a venue a night in order to, justify building this place.
Well, they're predicting 500 million overall.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me play this here. Is this?
So they're gonna make 50 million a night.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's just a picture. The video, I think, is
she's that over.
Yeah.
Adele is that.
Well, she probably doesn't make it to Munich much.
Well, can't they have other concerts there now? I mean, it seems like it'd be a great concert place, like our Ice
Right,
Palace.
Adele built it, and Aerosmith to close it.
Yeah, well, not Aerosmith.
I understand. Kiss would be great there. I mean, Metallica.
Yeah. Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift will sell out 46 nights. She will. Taylor Swift would be like, I can't have it at Adele because I need a stadium required of 150,000. So unless you build 2 Adeles, I can't do it.
But it holds 80 grand, which is a lot. Even for a stadium, for a concert, 80 grand's a lot.
Look at this. I mean, even 80,000
is a lot.
Like, and by today, listen, this just by to let you know, by today NFL standards and the new stadium templates, they're trying to keep them at about 85 to 90,000. Or even less than that, because they want to always be able to sell out.
And
it's not like college. I think the big house is what, $120?
Yeah, about that.
Ohio State and Michigan, I think, have 2 of the top 5. I think it's Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, maybe Texas,
Tennessee.
They all fit over 100,000 people. It's not uncommon for the big college programs to have 100,000. But like in baseball, they're trying to make all new stadiums only like 32,000.
Yes, they are.
Like they're going down. And I think Ray J only fits 76,000.
60 something,
65, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's small.
But if you put a concert there, you lose about 20% of that too. You know what I'm saying? So if you have an 80,000 stadium,
but hold on, but you have the floor,
right?
That might compensate for what you lost,
Probably
maybe.
Close.
So this is Adele's new
80,000 person venue.
So they will build, things for not only just artists, but yes, for the Olympics. But I mean, Bubba, if the Olympics came to Florida, I mean, between Orlando, Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville, we would have everything we needed to have the Olympics.
For real.
Yeah, except it's too hot.
And it rains too much.
That's right. We're getting the World Cup.
Right.
No, but LA does have the next summer games. You guys doing that in 2028? LA gets it.
Yeah, they're gonna have a freakier opening ceremony.
Well, I mean, yeah, they are. They're gonna have, they're gonna have.
I mean, hide your kids, hide your wife.
They're nasty. They're gonna have homeless. They're gonna have a homeless deal
with Gavin Newsom leading the way.
Yeah, 2028. Last time was 1984. The Olympics were held in LA,
and Russia didn't participate.
And in 1980, we didn't participate when it was in Moscow. So Moscow was just giving us, listen, they were giving you, I owe you one.
Russia wanted to participate.
Oh, Russia in 1980. I'm sorry, we didn't participate in the 1980 Olympics. We were being a dick.
Yeah.
Was that Rappin' Ronnie Reagan's call? Probably.
Yes.
And then when we had it in '84, Putin's he wanted to participate, but we wouldn't let him.
It looks like they sent over some independents, but yeah, there were guys that still wanted to play, but whoever was the president at the time, was putting a big squash on it.
Man, how much would that suck that you've dedicated, in order to be good enough to be in the Olympics, to represent your country, even if you place last place in the Olympics, you were at least good enough to, because each country have like a U.S. finals or something like that to see who makes the Olympic team. So you're good enough to make your Olympic team, and then all of a sudden, Lummy, you're an American, and you've trained all through 70. A lot of these people come from college, so you were like in 76, 77, 78, 79, an NCAA champion or a track guy or something like that. Then you go to the 1979, U.S. national games, and you qualify to be on the Olympic team, and you've done all this training, right? I mean, you're an elite, whether it's a rower, whether it's a gymnast, whatever, and then all of a sudden your government cancels your team's participation in the Olympics. How pissed would you be? And a lot of people only have one Olympics. Like some of these swimmers will go 4 Olympics, but a lot
That's
of
rare though.
But a lot of times a person only has one Olympics in them.
Right.
Maybe 2. Mm-hmm. But their shelf life, you get some of these freaks that have gone like 4 and 5.
Yes.
Here, Lummy, I think a couple girls from the Netherlands that won gold, and they said if Minnie Mouse ever did win gold, this is what she would sound like.
When you're putting your mind to it, you know exactly what to do indoors. How
right here.
was that for you? Oh, it was amazing. I mean, it was such a
This is.
What did she win?
That she's. I don't know what she.
The 400-meter gold.
Really?
Yeah,
she runs?
400 meter gold.
It was amazing. I mean, it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50s, so I knew I had to go out fast. I had Lika in front of me, so I wanted to be in front, and I could hear how fast she was behind me, so I was like,
Will you find me the women's 400 meter?
She said her cell phone got stolen.
And look at that girl to the right. She's kind of cute, is she not?
Yes.
She's kind of cute.
This is good. Now we keep going, and this crowd is so amazing. Oh, it was amazing. I mean, it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50s, so I knew I had to go out fast.
Femke Boyle.
Ball?
Femke Bowl.
This is B-O-L?
Femke Bowl.
Femke Bowl.
I had Lika in front of me, so I wanted to be in front, and I could hear how fast she was behind me, so I was like, okay, this is good. Now we keep going, and this crowd is so amazing. When you're putting your mind to it, you know exactly what to do.
So, Lummy, you trying to find me the 400 meter?
Yeah.
Women's 400 meter?
Each couple video I've found is.
Man, did you
blocked.
guys?
Is the show going to get taken down today if we play that?
Oh, probably.
Yeah, because I can't. It's hard to find it right now.
Maybe Rhett shouldn't play those, but it's my fault. Damn it, Rhett.
Yeah.
I don't mean damn it, Rhett, as in damn it you. I'm talking about damn it me.
Yeah, all the videos are getting taken down.
Yeah. So, Rhett, when I play one, Rhett, we're just gonna have to do commentary and not. Rhett, if we play the audio, will that get us struck too, or is it just the video, or do you know, bud?
It'll probably get us.
Meaning just the audio.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. They got that locked down, man.
What are they trying to do? Sell us a DVD box set of every episode afterwards?
They don't want. They want to push. I think when you lock everything down, you're like, listen, we want to push everybody to our sites to get it, and the only place you're going to get it is our site.
But
we are going to lock it. We are going to lock it down.
I mean, it's going on social media, but it's only going on for a certain, a bit before they end up pulling it off.
Yeah.
So
I know. So then you go to click on the story and it says this video is no longer available. So you're interested in the story. So what you do is you copy and paste the story and find the original. You find a version of it. Right? I mean, you're going to find a version of that video, but it might redirect you to an NBC franchise. And at that point, NBC's getting all the grip. Did anybody watch the, this is one of the most prestigious events in track to be considered the world's fastest man. Carl Lewis did it twice for America. That's, of course, the men's 100 meter. And then how many Olympics did Usain Bolt won from Jamaica? Maybe 2 or
I
3?
think he did 2 Olympics.
2. And then I think there's another dude right now from
America?
From Jamaica. From Jamaica.
He's young.
That's supposed to be the next Usain Bolt.
He's young and he's never done international competition until this competition.
And he's a big dude too. See, a big dude.
Huge.
Big dude. And he was kind of the odds-on favorite. And I can't play it, of course. So don't even send it to me.
But we have our guy who, with the beads in his hair, which is such a stupid look. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I'm sorry.
Dan, just don't let
Come on, dude. The guys with beads in their hair, it's a girl thing.
He's a better man than you are.
Who's got beads in his hair?
The guy that won the gold by a shoulder.
Oh, Noah Lyles?
Yeah.
Who cares, Dan?
Yeah. That's how you know it's him, I guess.
He's got painted nails, too.
Yeah,
I know, it's
Dan,
silly.
Quit being so judgmental.
I'm not being judgmental.
He's better than you.
He is at sprinting.
Yeah.
He sure is.
All right.
But he won't be tomorrow because that other guy's going to be displacing him as the best in the world.
I read that.
Dan, last time I checked, the event's already over. He's got the gold. Last time I checked, the guy with the beads that you don't like, that represents the country, that won by a clavicle, that dude is considered right now for at least the next 4 years the fastest man in the world. And he has gold in the 100 men's meter foot race, right? He's the fastest man in the world. The guy you're making fun of with hair beads.
I thought it was a qualifier.
No, that was
was it the gold?
That was the gold.
No,
that was the gold.
That was the gold. And America got first and third. And I got to tell you, man, after it, I had to turn to Merge Crick. I'd be like, I need to see right at the line footage, and then they kept showing it, and I'm like, it looks like those, I kept saying it out loud, it looks like those 2 other dudes had their feet over the line way before the American had his chest over the line. And did you see Mike Tirico had to come back then, Lummy, when he went to commercials, and he said, just wrapped up the men's 100, and just for everybody that's been asking a bunch of questions, the way that
I see the picture.
It's that torso, baby.
Yeah, he had to explain the rules.
Right, he did. And because, everybody was like me saying, man, that because you could see their foot. Lummy, you could see the results of the. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know if we're going to get a strike on this.
Come on, a picture?
Yeah.
Look how close they all are, though, Bubba.
Red, I think we can play this. So and I'm thinking, well, whoever's got the orange shoe won. That's what I'm thinking, right?
Well, it looks like it. He looks like he's the fastest guy in the world, but according to the Olympics, it's the other guy.
But hold on. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, then that's second. And then his head, I'm watching on TV, I'm looking, okay, well, his head is just now over the line, and these guys are shoes. They're over the line way before this guy's head is. So I'm thinking first, second, third, and then they do a photo finish, and then they have to explain.
Good morning. On this day in 1914, the country's first electric traffic light was installed in Cleveland, Ohio. And shortly after that, the following phrase was first uttered. Move it, buddy. The light's green.
Hey, Alexa, you're the dumbest bitch ever. Right.
She'll talk to you tomorrow at 7:35.
Perfect.
So, Bubba, it was difficult to figure out who won until they explained the rule to us because it was so close.
Once they explained the rule that it's the it's the clavicle area. That's what they even said. It's like the very top part of your chest. and that's why I guess you always see him leaning that way. I guess that's way more important than your foot. So there's instances.
There's strategy to it.
Yeah, there really is. Like knowing when to. I just
Superman
dive.
it? You Superman toward it?
I just Superman it and take out the next 2 rows.
By the way, Noah Lyle is super, super disliked. There are a lot of people rooting against him because
he's cocky.
He came out a couple of years ago and he said that I think he was joking about the when you win the NBA championship, they say you're world champions, and he said you're the champion of the United States. He said you're the world champion when you go to the Olympics. So a lot of people didn't like that, so they hold that against him.
I tell you one thing, I was freaked out when they were getting ready to get in the blocks and they were showing him warm up. Did you see how high he jumped?
Yeah.
I was like, holy! I don't think I've ever seen a human being jump that high spontaneously.
I did in one of the preliminary rounds for the Olympics this weekend, and the guy that jumped that high ripped his hamstring and fell on his face. And I was like, oh, I hope this doesn't happen to our guy. It happened literally on one of the qualifiers. A guy jumped up like that, and about halfway through, ripped either his hamstring or his knee, and literally fell flat on his face and didn't finish.
Has anybody seen any of that break dancing nonsense?
No.
I forget. I saw
I think Japan won, right?
I don't know. We invented break dancing. How do we not win break dancing? We invented it.
I mean, Bubba, they got flag football coming in LA. I mean, they're the sports. I mean, we got 3-on-3 basketball.
And here's the other thing: is it me, or does it seem like this? I've never known the Olympics to have so many mixed competition. Like, I never knew we had mixed swimming and mixed running and things like that. I mean, is it trying to?
Is that a newer thing?
It's all from this year.
Yeah. So is it like?
Would you say that's some woke BS?
Yeah.
Lummy?
Yes, I would say that's some like, hey, we have to make sure we incorporate the women. Well, why can't we just do a men's 800 and a woman's 800 like the way we do?
They do.
Why do we have to do a mixed one? Like, what if the girls get to run their race, the guys get to run their race. Why do we got to mix it?
Get another gold medal for us.
I mean, is it just to incorporate 2 other men and 2 other women to feel special about themselves?
Well, they were saying because
they're not good enough to make the men's or women's team.
No, they're on the team. They're on the same team. So they picked the 2 best women and the 2 best men.
So like the guy. So if they got the 400 by 400 by 4 relay, they go out and pick the dudes that are on the men's 400 and put them on the team.
Yep. So they say that on certain events, it's the show that, hey, our 2 best women or 2 best men can beat.
What's going to be next? Mixed basketball. Right?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Or how fast can you dress your son up like a girl? That's going to be an Olympic sport soon, Bubba.
That's right. How fast can you convince your son he's a girl?
Yes.
That's a sport.
USA's got that unlocked, by the way. We could come under it 15 seconds.
Have Olympics singing?
Yeah, the unmasked singer. Oh, my God.
Singing could...
No.
Singing's more of an art form, but
how do you judge singing? What,
how do you judge? I don't know. They do.
How do you judge
skating.
breakdancing?
I know it's silly. I mean, some of the gymnastic stuff, like when they start twirling the things and doing the hula hoops and throwing the ball in the air.
That's
it's
stupid. Are they doing that this year?
Of course. That's part of it, man.
Oh man.
That's part of it.
They should make me in charge. If I could really get rid of some of these stupid competitions.
Well, they keep adding them.
Yeah, I don't like. We don't need these dudes in kayaks going down a simulated white rapid river.
Why are you bothered by the slalom canoe?
Yeah, like because we can save so much money from not having to build that course, and that course then sit there for the rest of its life. We have to eventually knock it down, all so that 36 men in the world could feel like they're part of a slalom canoe stand.
You think we're paying
the hell
for?
Out of here.
You think we're paying for French canoe courses?
I don't know what the hell we're paying for, but you know what? They should let me and a couple of my Dan, and they should just let like some real people, some common sense do. Like
new games,
yeah, for the Los Angeles 80.
Do you want to look at the ones they've already picked?
Oh, for 28.
Yeah, you got to scroll down a little bit, but
free basing.
Yeah, exactly. Who can be the most homeless, most ketamine,
ass pounding?
Who traveled the furthest to get here? Right? I got good in immigration. You did? Yes, I traveled from, wherever the hell. Fiji. Bora Bora.
Oh, they're adding cricket.
Oh Jesus! Let me get going to words. Send me the list of this.
I sent you the link.
All right.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I gave it to you, though.
Hot over here today.
But it's a lot of infrastructure. Games take forever.
Yeah, but most countries
Maybe I just can't take the heat.
They do.
Well, you allow the teams in the baseball. I mean, they make certain shit for countries that don't have.
White Sox lost 20 in a row, baby. One more for the AL record.
Go White Sox.
Let's get this, baby.
What happened?
They won 20 in a row?
They lost 20 in a row.
Yeah, didn't they lose like 10 in a row?
They've had two 14-game losing
14,
streaks.
That's what it was. I knew it was double digits.
They are 60 games under 500.
They're going to be as.
No, they're not.
They're 27 and 87 right now.
Is this the worst it's been in a while?
Well, it's the worst losing streak since 1988, which I didn't think was that far, but.
Well, they got the Mets. What was it? The Mets 62.
So what's wrong with the team?
Yeah. The team. Well, their manager's been there 2 years, and he's 100 games under 500.
But
what up, LM?
Who's the GM? Is it personnel?
It's Bubba. It's ownership down. It's Jerry Reinsdorf. When's the last time the Bulls had a good team when they got rid of Michael Jordan and all those guys? I mean, he just runs. He's made so much money. Nobody really thinks he cares about winning.
Well, you're right, because I mean he hasn't had a team since. I mean, he hasn't had a Bulls team.
No, because they suck. They've had horrible GMs. He's loyal to guys that used to, like John Paxson was a GM for a while. He's very loyal to guys that played for his teams.
Thank you, Bob.
Beef Wellington sucks. I don't know why it's such a big deal with the Hell's Kitchen thing in Vegas.
You ever been to some of those restaurants?
Huh?
You ever been to some of those restaurants?
Yeah, I was at Hell's Kitchen in Vegas a couple times.
Did you like it?
I just don't like Beef Wellington. That's all they did, like really push there. Some other shit I can't remember what they ended up eating. It's right there, right in the middle of everything though.
Yeah.
Right by Caesars.
Oh shit! Now I'm freezing.
I know.
It was cold when I walked back.
Yeah, we got hit with the feeder band.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I walked out.
I was surprised how cold it was when I walked back from that window.
Holy shit, man.
That doorway.
Let me send me that what title's in that podcast.
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
Is that a popular podcast?
Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Huh?
I think it's Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Seth would have to tell us.
What's up, Brian?
So my guy.
Oh yeah.
Great, DK. Gave away 280 backpacks yesterday, loaded with school supplies.
What's up, Paul Rogers?
That was a hell of a choke slam by a jelly roll.
Too long. They do movies.
Fucking cold in here, man.
Yeah, it got cold out of nowhere.
All right, you can turn the air up. I'll put a jacket on.
After the show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Thank you to Buck from Charleston. Big, thick-ass, rugged Buck. Wife's got big jugs. I'll see him at Bart. Maybe before. Lummy Bubba 199 this Friday. We haven't done it. I don't know how long. We were doing them so much that they weren't as special to me as I think this one's going to be, because it's been 2 or 3 months since we've done one, and I kind of miss it.
Yeah.
So we're bringing Bubba. We're doing a Bubba 199 this Friday, 8 to 10. Lummy, I'm sure that the standard Bubba, Bubba Army royalty, that the Teases, the Wizzies, the Maria Guatemalas, the Big Red and his lovely wife, Creatine Travis. I don't think he allows his wife to come out anymore.
No.
Little Wilbur, Mark, the Nashes, Bobby Cook, Little Wilbur.
Mitch the Mark. I don't know if you said him.
Mushroom Mitch.
Are you taking, Lummy, are you taking names to come in?
Of course.
All right. Or is it just the usual
No,
crew?
they still have to give us because,
Yeah, you still got to let you know. Even if you're a usual, you still got to give us the courtesy of letting us know.
Yeah. So
Lummy
then if
needs
a
to
new
know.
person wants to come, at least we know how much space we have.
Yeah.
And people should just call you, Lummy, if they want to.
Normally they text me. Everyone that normally comes texts me.
So that's Friday, and then Saturday. We're doing a little gift work. We're hanging. We got a new building sign that's replacing our old one. So don't think we need anything, Lummy, because we don't. It's just our old sign burnt out. Remember?
Yes.
Then we fixed it and put it on the fence. Now we're gonna be double signage.
It's gonna look good.
It should look good as hell.
So is it gonna be similar to the other one? Is it gonna be bigger, smaller?
No,
very similar.
Similar.
Okay.
Similar, but with a kicker. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Sounds like you're having a sign hanging party, and I didn't get invited.
You want to be able to see them from the plane, the 747 that's flying in, because those are gonna be pretty big, aren't they, Bubba?
Lummy?
Yes.
Let's just be quiet about the sign.
Oh.
Okay.
I didn't. Oh, sorry.
Is it bigger than it legally supposed to be?
I wish we didn't have. Remember back in the day, Lummy, where I don't know if I don't think I could hit prices right, Lummy.
Yeah, it's on the.
I know, but one will get Lummy. I can't turn the mics off because the hot mics are still on, so I can't prices right something. Remember back in the day, Lummy, if I had something to tell the boys, kayfabe, I'd say, okay, everybody needs to hold on. I got to prices right this.
Yeah, you should do that pretty often, too.
Yeah, well, I'd like to do that right now, but I can't. Because one, I'll get a violation. And two, Lummy, we have the hot mic figure, so the hot mic would still be on.
No, I think the hot mic turns off when we're live.
The hot mic is a manual switch.
Yeah.
We have to turn it on and off for every break. It's not automatic.
Oh, okay. Well, then I would say if I wanted to do something like that, Rhett, could I say, hey, Rhett, can you please turn the hot mic switch off for a second?
You don't even have to say that.
Yeah, it only gets turned on when we go to break.
Oh.
It gets manually turned on, so I would know not to turn it on.
Oh, so
you're really starting to learn how things operate.
Thank you. So, Rhett, it's my understanding then the natural position is off. You have to actually turn it on.
It is always off.
Unless you turn it on.
Correct.
Perfect. So I can, but... Well,
you can.
But I know, but you think I'll get Think I'll
we'll
get
trim it afterwards.
Think I'll get a spot. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Now, let me just ask you this: turn the. Does everybody agree with what I said?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, I have to always be ahead while I'm talking. You know what I'm saying? Potentially, what could result from said discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know I'm in the dark about that kind of stuff, Bubba.
I know, but see, I'm just, you know, I consciously always try to. I'm always trying to legal up. If that makes sense.
I get it. Yeah.
Because let's be honest, there's a lot of people that want to see us fail. For real.
I know there's
Listen,
they only watch the show because they like the demise of it.
I mean, there's different forums and places you can go, and it's just everything that sucks about the show. And if they could get the show canceled or cause me any type of issue, they would. They like to see Lummy. They do not want. They want me to get on the air one day and say, "Listen, you know what? I had to let Seth go. I had to let everybody, but it's just me and Lummy. That's it."
Mach.
I'm not. I think I even have to teach you Mach skills.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Like, Lummy, you might want to start, maybe learning some Mach skills. Lummy, one day it might just be me and you and Dan because he works for free.
What about the goats? Could you afford the goats still?
We're eating the goats.
Whoa. We're really desperate. Let's fish first, Dr. Dan. Big E 737-520.
Perch, then goats.
Dan, it's not ever going to be that bad where we have to cannibalize our animals.
Yeah, look how many people were willing to bring you food last week, Bubba.
Yeah.
You'll live forever.
Yeah, so like what I'm saying is like, but people don't want to see us expand and have a content house in Orlando and be able to make, and listen, make a little, this is our business, the Bubba Radio Network. We make a little money. We make, because of your contributions and all of our digital presence and our podcasting and our the little bit of Twitter money that we make and the Twitch money and the Facebook money, Lummy, and the YouTube money and I said pod earlier. The endorsement money, Lummy, we're able to pay our bills. Mm-hmm. Have a 6-person payroll.
You run a business, Bubba. I don't think you have to.
And we make a little bit of money. Let
everybody think that we all make $7 an hour here, and that's how we support our families.
But here's the deal. There's some people that don't want to see us make money, that don't want to see us to continue to grow on YouTube and to continue to get more and more listeners and more exposure and do better digitally. And maybe even to the point, Lummy, do so well digitally that, I'm contemplating, quitting regular radio. And no disrespect to John Cracciola and Bruce Midori and, of course, Len. It would be a conversation I would have with each and every one of you, those 3 I just mentioned, along with others, Big Woody. I'm tired of doing more. I'm going to retire from mornings one of these days. Unless, something drastically changes, Lummy, in our terrestrial world. Because...
Would you do a 7 to 11?
Mornings?
Yeah.
No. Mm-mm. That means I have to be here at 5.
Just asking.
I saw that recently on some social media.
What,
asking.
7 to 11?
Yeah.
Instead of 6 to 10?
Yeah.
That hour is precious.
No, it moves everything up an hour for me. That doesn't make a difference.
Sure it does.
No, it doesn't. You know what? Instead of 3:40, I get up at 4:40. In order to get 8 hours of sleep from 4:40, you got to go to bed at what? 8:40?
8:30. Yeah.
Okay. Does that change my life?
A little bit.
I'm
Dr. Dan
really
wants to make sure that
really
Dan
Dan
still come in.
I don't Dan. I can go to a Lightning game. I can go to dinner with you. You know, I can go to dinner. I can do, you know.
Yeah, if your bedtime becomes 9 instead of 7:45.
No. Yeah.
That's a way more practical lifestyle, Bubba. That 1 hour is precious.
Oh, so as soon as I get from a vet, go straight to bed? No. Like
this is dark out.
The least I would consider would be 9. You know, like 9 to noon. You know, maybe 9 to noon. Maybe 9 to noon would be cool. I don't know. That means I have to be here by 6. No, it means I have to be here by 8. That means I'm sleeping till 6:30. Yeah, that could maybe work. 9 to noon. I 10 to 1, 10 to 2. I think you want to get in there right as early as you can, but still live. Be able to. I think you got to. As long as I got to be in bed by 12.
But Bubba, is that time?
8 gets me here at 9. We could go on at 10.
Yeah. But is that time slot like the Xfinity Series instead of the Cup Series?
No. If you think, yes, Dan, it is. If you think terrestrially, yes, it is. And that's where you got to stop thinking.
Mm-hmm.
We raise, 12% of our revenue comes from terrestrial.
Okay, when you break it down that way, I can understand the less of the importance of it.
Right. People are going to find our show and watch our show, whether it's live, let's say we do, 10 to 1, Lummy.
Yes.
No, or 10 to noon. 10 to noon, 10 to 1, 10 to 1, 10 to 1, 3 hours. And, people are going to either watch it. As many people that we have now are either going to watch it, or people are going to watch it later that day when they get off work. But people are going to consume it. I think your levels of consumption don't go down. And, Tom Bean suggested that we do this first. Like we take a day off. We tell terrestrial radio we're only going to do 4 days a week instead of 5.
What, Monday to Thursday?
No, like Tuesday to Friday.
Nice.
And then Mondays, which is the day you'd like to sleep in a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mondays we do, they're going to have to play best of. Or something like that.
Yeah, from the week. Just pick some good segments from the week.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You'd provide them with a best of every Monday.
Okay.
And then we would, not do terrestrial. We'd only be doing 4 days a week. And on the Mondays, we would do the new, 10 to 1 deal. And we could then compare, Dan, okay, how are we doing on Mondays? Are we down? Are we up? Are we growing? Are people pissed? Are people mad? You can come up with all types of different, data and scenario. If people hated it, and they rebelled, and the money went down, and the viewership went down.
Going back to the mornings.
Going back to mornings. But Dan, as I get older, I'd like to have a little bit of a social life. Meaning, like,
it could make you better on the air, though, Bubba. If you're well rested,
right,
and you're doing fewer hours of radio a day, then you'd be ready to go,
right?
And you had a normal schedule. You'd be more into pop life.
Do you know how depressed I get on Sundays? When I always sleep. One of the days that I sleep in, the longest I can sleep in if I'm not at the track, is on Saturday. So this past Saturday, I remember I drove back from the track on Friday because I knew we were already going to cancel for Saturday because there was no way the track could recover.
Yeah.
And then they got another 3 inches on Saturday night, so we were going to cancel anyway. So I drove home Friday night in that torrential rain deal. I got home. I got to sleep in my own bed Friday night. And I went to bed at 12, and I got up at 11.
Oh, wow.
And those Saturday mornings are the days that I try to sleep as much as I humanly can, if I don't have anything going on. So but then on yesterday, Lummy, I get depressed because I'm like, it's a big countdown. I have to be literally in bed by, because I get up, my alarm goes off at 3:30 in the morning. That's when my alarm goes off. In order for me to get up, get a little breakfast, take a shower, shave, do my hair, Sometimes I got an early morning poop. Take my early morning pill regimen. All the pills that I take, Lummy.
Yes.
Either prescribed and or just homeopathic. Like I take folic acid and B complex and DHEA and niacin and zinc and saw palmetto and a fish oil and a multivitamin and a folic acid. I take all that stuff. Like 50 pills, and I take them like a pelican. I have to put them in my mouth, and I got to shake them with liquid to try to get them all. I take a Daily Bear 80 milligram baby coated aspirin. Dan, I'm on my pill deal.
Right.
I'm all dialed in. And so for me to do that, eat breakfast, take a shower, do my hair, I got to get up at 3:30. So call that what? 2.5 hours before showtime?
Yeah, about that.
All right. So if you take that same template and we start at 10, that means I got to wake up, 8:30? No. Yeah.
7:30.
7:30. Which means in order to get 8 hours of sleep, you got to be in bed by 11, right?
11:30.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. I can go to a hockey game.
Yes.
I can go meet Dan and the boys out at the dollhouse. I
Early
could,
on,
yeah, I could go.
You could watch a couple football games.
Yeah, I could actually watch Monday Night Football.
That's a big deal.
Right now I can barely get through the 4:00 game.
I know, man. When there's that Jets-Browns game on Monday night this year, you get to stay up all night for it.
That's right, buddy.
That's the American dream.
When the Packers play the Eagles in Brazil, that's the pack. Man, think about how much that would suck.
That's a horrible game.
And which team has to give up a home game for that? Do they both give up home games for it?
No, only one team does. Who's home there? That's the...
I don't know. But does that team, lose an additional home game in lieu of Brazil?
Oh, yeah. That's why everybody hates the London thing.
So tell me, maybe I should ask old girl. Hey, Alexa, in the Packers versus Eagles game in Brazil, who's considered the home team?
Sorry, I'm not sure about that.
What do you mean? How do you not know that question? How do you not know the answer?
It looks like the Eagles.
Oh, good.
They're the home team.
Yeah, who cares about being the away team? Right? You're not losing that. You're not losing that home game. But think about the travel. The furthest distance take London out of it, of course.
In Germany.
But prior to that, the furthest would be like if the New England Patriots had to play the Seattle Seahawks or the San Diego Chargers, that seems to be like the furthest distance. Or if Miami played Seattle or something like that, like those are the two largest potential travels that an NFL team could potentially have. And I think that's what, 5 hours at most, maybe 6.
Yeah, I think Buffalo to San Diego. I think that's the farthest.
Yeah, like that. What is that, 5 hours?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so 5 hours. How long does it take to go Green Bay to Brazil? I wonder if old girl will know that. Hey, Alexa, how long does it take to fly from Brazil to Green Bay, Wisconsin?
From Brazil to fly to Green Bay, it'll take about 10 hours and 15 minutes.
That's double. That's double what, and these players are big guys.
Right, they're like sitting down that long.
Yeah, and they can't sit down that long. It's not good for them.
No, you get blood clots in your legs.
Right. Dan, you've been on team planes. Are the guys always up, like trying to kind of walk around and stuff?
They're encouraged to, yes.
Russell Wilson used to do exercises down there.
When you bought the rubber band, Jim? He's down there doing the
I think that was 1 year in Denver. I think they were just like, get this guy out of here.
Yeah, he was doing lunges and different things like that on the plane.
No way.
Yes.
No way.
He used to work out high knees down the aisle.
Oh my
for 4 hours.
God! I'd be like, listen, we can't help. This isn't going to stop you throwing interceptions, buddy. Okay.
Yeah, for 4 hours he would work out.
And by the way,
not making any taller.
In Pittsburgh, aren't they saying Jalen Hurts is QB1 and Wilson's 2 right now?
Oh,
probably.
Yeah.
Hurts is better.
Are you talking Pittsburgh with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields?
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. I heard Fields is number 1. I heard Fields is number 1 in that deal.
I always thought Russell Wilson was totally overrated.
He's been doing well in camp, but he's not the one.
Who's not the one?
He will not be QB1 in Pittsburgh.
Who's he?
Justin Fields.
Okay, I just know who you're referring to. It's ambiguous. You talk about him or Russell.
Russell's going to be QB1?
Yes.
Yeah, till about week 3. When they go 0-2, and this old guy ain't got nothing left in his tank, and he's not even old, but he plays like an old guy. He's an ass bucket. He's always been way overrated.
It'd be cool if you could see Fields by the end of the year, but week 1, I don't think it happens.
Didn't Fields have a small injury too? Or am I confusing him with somebody else?
I don't think so.
Like a hamstring
Fields,
or something? Like something minor?
The only thing that Fields had going wrong for him was he had horrible management and coaching.
Chief Charlie 215, $20.
I don't know how you let that guy go. That guy has more skill set when coached properly. He's probably the most one of the worst player, one of the major players that got screwed by the system and not his ability.
Fields?
Yeah, he just wasn't playing in the right system, and they didn't have him coached up right. The guy's got an unbelievable skill set. I just
they were trying to change him.
Watch Pittsburgh say, "Listen, we'll play with your skill set, buddy." Because I'm telling you right now, is it Tomlin? Is that the coach name for
Mike Tomlin?
That guy can coach.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's a coach. That guy can get the most out of you.
Yeah. Rhett, do you think that Russell Wilson's a good quarterback?
Not anymore.
Yeah.
I think if they have a system and an offense that can make it easy for them, it'll be interesting to see. Tomlin is a really good coach. I think Pittsburgh is missing a lot of pieces on offense. They did get a new offensive coordinator just recently, so I'm curious to see what that offense looks like this year because they have notoriously stinky offense for the last 7 years.
Well, how long's Big Ben been gone?
I think 4 years.
Yeah, I think this
3 or
is
4.
his fourth year.
They really haven't had an offense since him, if we were to be honest.
I mean, his last 5 years in the league, they were kind of pitiful.
Yeah, but
2018, 2019 was the last gasp of offense I think they really had.
Mushroom Mitch, let me 25 on the PayPal.
I think it's pretty much since Antonio Brown left Pittsburgh, they don't have an offense.
I guess Aerosmith they've already, Aerosmith's like, okay. Like, this is the last tour. And they've only done this about 4 times. This is the last tour. We're done. Aerosmith is retiring. Done. Never going to do it again. And then, 4 or 5 years later, Steven, who's
Steven Tyler?
No, who's the...
Joe Perry?
Joe Perry. Joe Perry wants to build another bigger house. Needs another 40 or 50 million bucks. So they just go out and tour. Think about how much money they make on tour.
Are these guys aging? I thought they've been 70 for the last 40 years.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, it's like Rolling Stones, man.
I wish I could find. I had Aerosmith in studio at 98 Rock, and Steven Tyler walked out.
Oh, that would be great.
Because he thought I said the N-word, and I didn't. I said in there.
No.
And in there, and he thought I said the reason why I know all this is because it was a huge controversy. And management had to take the tape and slow it down and prove to Steven Tyler's management that indeed I did not say that because we weren't going to get any more support from the record label. Steven Tyler made it a big deal.
Well, Aerosmith was probably so big back in the day, they didn't even need to do interviews with you, right?
Well, they were. Yes, you're right, but they had, they.
I'm just saying
the record label kind of set it up as a favor to me and as a favor to 98 Rock.
That's a huge deal.
Right. And so I was interviewing all of them. They were doing great. I got a signed guitar from them.
Nice.
Thank God I got it signed before they got mad. Because I'm talking to Steve. I'm talking about Steven Tyler about something. And I guess the N-word is very, 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 very bad for it
means
really,
a lot to him.
Well, no, it really, really disturbs him, the N-word, and because I guess when he was growing up, they said that his lips, he had in lips.
Oh, yeah, I heard that a lot too growing up. I got that one about me a lot.
Oh, about you?
Yeah,
you're an in-lip guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
I got big lips. Someone said I had lip filler in that video.
Really? So
I just got
anyway,
big lips.
So he stormed out of the studio, and Joe Perry, was it Joe Perry? Joe Perry, and I think it's Tom Hamilton, might have been the keyboard guy. I don't know. They are still there, and Steven storms out in the middle of a conversation, and we don't know, including Joe Perry, why he left. Like he literally just is like, okay, I'm out of here. Kind of like picture what Seth would do if he got really, really stressed out.
I mean, it's happened before.
No, it has.
Yeah.
And so.
You think he was tweaking, or do you think he was tweaking or something, Bubba?
I don't know. So we're like, well, what happened? So we're like, okay, well, this interview's over. So then, oh, by the way, Lummy, here's even worse. I was the morning guy, and they wouldn't agree to a morning show. They would only do an afternoon drive, interview. So remember a guy named Max? His name was Max, and he did afternoon drive on 98 Rock when I was there, like circa 96 to 03. His name was. I got him fired. I told management to fire him because he was really he's a real dick. I didn't like him, so I just said fire that guy.
I hope that's when Ricker came on.
Yeah, and so Ricker did take his job.
Oh yeah, I remember Ricker.
Well, then I think Big Rig and Ted Kamikaze kind of filled in, and then I think Ricker was at night. So Aerosmith tells 98 Rock, listen, we'll do a 4 p.m. interview. So they go to Max and say, hey, listen, you can't. Bubba's coming in and doing the interview because they want Bubba because Bubba's our big star. And so you need to, do your show. And then when Bubba's ready with Aerosmith, you need to leave. Let Bubba. No wonder everybody hates me in this town. Let me, fellow radio personalities.
Taking over.
So I came in, was supposed to do a 1 hour interview that lasted about 40 minutes before Steven Tyler walked out. And so then the whole band walks out and we go to commercials. And Max, it was pretty, I got to tell you, he walks back in to take over and he goes, oh, so that was really worth throwing me off the air on for, wasn't it?
What a dick. No wonder you've got him fired.
Like, shut up, Max, before I get you fired. He's like, okay.
That's kind of dicked up you did that to Max.
I know. So we had the record label calls and engineering gets the tape and they slow it all way down. Like we weren't even talking about his lips. Like we weren't even talking about his lips. I said the word quickly in there.
The N-word?
And no, I said in there.
Oh, okay.
In there. Like, don't go in there. Or, in there. Or I don't know, however context I used it.
In there, please.
And he thought I said the N-word. And so we had to send to the record label. It slowed down, and they agreed I didn't. This was before, because the concert was that night, and they weren't going to let us. 98 Rock set up outside. They weren't going to get. They were going to revoke all of our backstage passes.
They had to review the tape.
They had to literally. So Brad Harden had to literally, because there was no emailing a file. This is like circa 97. So I don't think you weren't emailing the file. So Brad Harden had to get the guy from whatever label they were on the speakerphone and play it through his stereo system off cassette like 10 different times and put the phone up by the speaker. That's how they had to do it. And so the management had determined, yes, indeed, Bubba did not say that. You can't have a van and a tent and promote outside of Emily Arena, and Bubba and everybody's passes and backstage passes and whatever. We were able to make stage announcements because we were the host. We were the presenting station. You know how that goes, Seth.
Oh yeah.
And so we got to retain as presenting station. Otherwise, they were gonna throw us off and not let us, get that little bit of promotion. So
I miss those days where you would come up to the studio and interview bands in the afternoon. That was something we had to do all the time at 97X.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, looking back on it, most of them would jerk you around and, they'd be late or they would suck, when you're interviewing them because they were just alternative bands. But the ones that were good made it worth it.
Yeah, I always had some good interviews because I would just be like, hey,
you weren't doing Hoobastank like we were,
I was doing.
You had the big names. Kid Rock.
Kid Rock. I'm trying to think of the biggest ones I ever.
AC/DC?
I had AC/DC, Motley Crue, Kid Rock.
Who's that famous guitar player?
Metallica. I had Steve Wall. I had Joe. I had Joe Walsh.
Is there a Fogerty?
I never interviewed the Eagles or Fogerty.
I don't even.
I got BB King. Creed.
They're back together.
Three Doors Down. Kiss.
Nickelback.
God, who else?
You want to dust some of this stuff off?
Loverboy.
Put it on eBay.
some of these interviews. I don't know that we got.
Oh no, I thought you meant signed stuff from all these.
Oh no, I do got signed stuff from all of them.
Okay.
Lummy, I don't think we're finding in all the hard drives that are laying around here as we continue to go through them. I don't think we're finding much 98 Rock stuff, are we?
Not as much like for interviews and stuff.
And really, the only 98 Rock stuff we have is Joe's cassette tapes. Right?
Some of it, no, but we have a lot of when you did the best ofs. So whatever clips they cut down, and most of it was like parodies and stuff like that.
So, Bob, I want to thank you again for that one time about 15 years ago when I asked you for the Aerosmith concert tickets, and I got to go with Lana and meet them backstage prior to the show in a really small meet and greet, and it was really nice.
Yeah, it was mine.
It was a cool. Thank you for that again.
Please know that it was touch and go. That you got to go because
that was the same. That was the same era.
That was the same instance. Yes.
Oh my God.
Were you seeing Lana?
Me?
No, Dr. Dan.
No, she was just a date.
Oh, I bet he was.
No, not at all.
Don't even lie. This
not
is
at
Dear
all.
Romina.
Did you bend her over at the Liquid Lunch?
Dear,
no, not at all.
Dear Romina, you cannot get mad at us if we talk about things that happened before you were born. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like, listen, you can get mad. I mean, like, if you were seeing Danny when you were dating Danny and maybe Danny talked about maybe dating a couple other chicks, I can see where you can get mad about that. We'll never go there.
This was like 20 years ago.
Danny's conquests, back in, 97, 98, cannot be used against him.
But Lana was not one of them, just to set the record straight.
Oh, that's what everybody at the station thought, just to let you know. Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
Everybody thought that you were blasting her.
No, that was in fact your idea. Is like she wanted to go and I wanted to go.
Don't put it on me, bitch.
But we both wanted to go, so we got to go.
Nothing happened.
Nothing at all. Platonic.
I find that so hard to believe. One, I know she's kind of she's kind of horny. And two, I know
she's married to a friend of ours.
No, she wasn't married to a friend of ours at the time.
No.
And you were not married either.
No.
And you were not engaged.
Nope.
This is Dan 97.
Yeah, but we were just friends. It was just a friend thing. I was more interested in Steve Tyler than her.
The chick that had that, because back in 1997, man, Lana Turner was the hottest girl on the radio. Like she was I don't know, Meredith would probably be, with regards to the hottest female in Tampa radio currently, I would say probably Meredith, probably. I don't know. I don't really know a lot of the other females. But Lummy, back in 97, 98, Lana was the hottest chick on 98 Rock. Lana, oddly enough, is still on, I think, the country station here in town. I think she's on 99.5.
Yeah, 99 QYK.
Yeah. So anyway, back in 97, Lana's been around for a while. Back in 97, when Dan's the most slinginest D doctor, and she's the hottest chick on the radio, yeah, I put them together. I thought something definitely would happen. Probably did. Dan's afraid to say.
I mean,
you know something happened. Dan's just afraid. Dan, we get it. No big deal.
Nothing happened.
Studies have come out about how meeting Aerosmith is an aphrodisiac, Bubba. So I'd imagine they boned feverishly right after meeting Steven Tyler.
Yeah, and let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
Dan.
he is an aphrodisiac, though.
So Dan, did you pick her up in one of your fancy cars?
I think we met there. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. It was like 20 years ago.
Anyway, Steven Tyler's voice is blowed out. Let me say he had some kind of illness or sickness. What could you have in a vocal injury? The news came out that lead singer Steven Tyler suffered a vocal injury in September of 2023. A few shows into the rock band's Peace Out farewell tour. Nothing says peace out more than blowing out your voice.
Jeez.
Right?
Yeah, he got creepy too. When he was on American Idol, I think he was hitting on like a 15-year-old.
Yeah.
Well, there was also a story too. And I don't know how he got out of it, but there was a story because I think when you have done something, like very human trafficking or
banged a kid
or when you're grooming, when you're sex trafficking and grooming a minor, and you're a rock star, and her parents have even given you permission, and like of parenting, like you're her official parent. And you're blasting her
like your guardian.
Yeah, and you're blasting her. I don't know how you don't get Epstein out on that one, because I know that Didn't that allegation just come recently of Steven Tyler?
Yes, about stuff in the 70s.
And how did it? And notice how it just kind of went away.
Yeah, nothing going on here.
It was really a very egregious.
But it was back in the day, right?
It was
the
like
70s.
I think it was like
70s.
Maybe you can find the
Put
article.
it this way, Russell Brand got tortured more for his escalades than this guy did.
73. He was 25. She was 16.
All right, and tell us. Go ahead and read it all, Lummy.
Tyler convinced Ms. Lee's mother to grant him guardianship, where she would travel around the country with him. She accused him of grooming, sexual, I guess rape. Raping her and
sexual
rape. ...
I guess rape. Okay.
Well, what's the word
sexual
that he's struggling
abuse.
with?
I mean, sexual abuse. Forced her to do some threesomes, foursomes. Provide her alcohol and drugs. Used to drug her up a lot.
It was time his voice got blown out.
Abortions.
What? How many abortions?
Looks like 2. 2 abortions.
So he's 25. She's 16. He gets her mom to sign over guardianship. During that time, when she's 16 years old,
some Wander Franco stuff.
He's raped her. He has groomed her into being his sex toy to the point of where she's had 2 abortions. Now, if we know all this to be true, we just don't know this is just like this is true. Or you know what? You know why this went away, Dan? Because criminally they were getting ready to really tee him up. And he wrote like a $10 million check to the family. Now all of a sudden it goes away and it settles. Right?
And I think he's on the right side of the line, too. And most people don't want to go after him. The media doesn't want to go after him.
Why?
Because
why does this guy get a pass?
Because he's liberal. And if he was conservative, he'd be on the front page of every newspaper. And that's the way it works right now. Like it or not, it's just the way it works.
I wasn't looking at it that way.
And it looks like in 2004, he pretty much admitted to it in his memoirs.
He did?
Yeah.
Can you find that and we come back with it?
Yeah.
I mean, these are in his memoirs?
Yeah. I mean,
so Dan,
how
do you do something? You write it as part of your memoirs.
It's 40 years after the fact.
I don't think there's a statute of limitations on human trafficking or raping a child. I don't think
she's going to be 50. What are you going to drag her in?
I mean,
I think she reported it. I mean, he put with my bad self being 26 and she barely old enough to drive and sexy as hell.
Oh boy!
Right, let me. We'll pick up the Fabio story on the backside. All right.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Today, 1,100 people. I can't believe this is a real story.
Oh,
I didn't think it. You know why I didn't think it was
trust
real?
me, I got plenty to say on this.
Well, Beetle Bailey sent it to me, but you know why I thought it was fake? Because I swore that he would play himself in that movie.
I can't.
I was like, yeah, brother, I'll play the 35-year-old version of me.
Well, that first biopic with Chris Helmsley got canceled.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about that. What up, Paul?
He was looking fucking good, too.
What up, Tile? Thank you, Brian. I wasn't... There was somebody... Did you have Eddie Money in your studio? Eddie Money's the man. R.I.P.
I met Eddie Money in Indiana, but never interviewed him.
Well, he's dead.
Yeah, he died. He would come and play like Rib Fest every single year, man.
That's right, ZP.
He was cool as fuck when I met him.
Warranties.
I met him in Indy like in '87, and when he was on top of the world, and he was cool as fuck.
No, help me. 35 months. Bulldog Tommy. Sounds like he's writing nothing.
Man. I was like, when I went to bed last night, I was like, man, I wish we had a group text going on here because I might have a little situation. 275 was closed off by me today.
Well, Macho says that Howard Franklin's closed down right now.
Oh, well, that's why I couldn't get on it. So that's why I had to go to Gandy. But I was afraid if I went Gandy and I cut down West Shore, I was afraid West Shore was going to be, so I had to go all the way to Dale Mabry and do. So that's why it took me so long.
Makes sense.
But I didn't know about 275. Like, I don't wake up and know what roads are fucking closed. Where do you find that info?
13.
Well, I don't have the news.
The ways out. You gotta get the ways out.
I don't have anything, man. I just go by the lights I see. And if the lights are telling me to go, I go. God bless, Lemmy. Oh, yeah, he's hitting him hard. He's hitting him. He's got rehab. Oh, fucking tornado watch. Remember, you'd have to run the EAS test, Bubba?
Yeah.
Cold, just opening the door to get those drinks. There's a storm band right now, Bubba. It's howling wind and blowing rain.
Outside?
Right now, yeah.
That's why we got the tornado warning.
We got a tornado warning?
Yeah.
Well.
And I can never remember which is worse, the watch or the warning.
The warning.
Okay. All right, just be careful.
Is that Bubba?
Yeah, that's crazy right
Bubba
now.
left.
There's
Bubba
a storm
left.
band hitting the studio right now, so.
What up, Nats fan? Love the Nats, baby. I got some Dylan Cruz cards.
Okay, well, good luck. Be careful. Okay, yeah, smart. Right.
What up, Chief Charlie?
Man, you think we should cancel the after show?
Jay will be here shortly. He's running a little late.
I tell Jay, man.
He took Candle's Raptor.
Okay.
He's 80% of the way here.
Okay. All right.
He's not turning around now.
No. Let's do the after show.
Gonna convince a policeman to let
maybe
him
we
off
shouldn't
down.
do an after show. We should get home.
It's gonna get better. The longer we stay, the better. I think the better it's gonna get.
Oh, in that case, then we'll stay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we're gonna get a band. Like bands are gonna whip around, but we're not.
It's pretty fucking bad out there right now.
Well, we gotta.
It's supposed to be that way till probably like tonight, like 5, 6 o'clock.
What the? No, we're gonna have breaks though. What?
There'll be breaks.
A little bit, but right now.
No,
I'm
I thought we're getting just the bands. I didn't think it was like over us.
No, we're getting the bands, but the bands are getting bigger because the water's flowing.
Charlie.
That's a damn mistake. Write that down, Lummy. Flapping your
After the
mouth.
show, make sure to check out BubbaArmyHQ.com. It's all things Bubba 24/7. And now back to the BRN.
Lummy, as bad as it is outside right now in the studios, do we have the ability to, like, either have you Zoom me from your phone outside, or can we send, like, one of our wireless cameras out there to the front? Or, like, you know, I want to... God, we have such... When you're in this bricked-in bomb shelter of a studio that has no outside windows to the world, it really gets like you have no idea what's happening on the outside of the world. There could be tanks running up and down the roads. You just can't... The studio is so well insulated, and so, you know, every wall is poured concrete clear till 18 foot. Like, Lummy, you can't get a sense of what's happening outside at all. Dan came in here and go, like, man, it's really whipping up outside, so I had to go out and look.
Chief Charlie 215, $20.
And it was.
Yes, it is.
So, like, Lummy, could you, like, Zoom me from your phone? And like you go out there? Lummy, That's like Bubba old school stuff where I would send somebody out
to the parking lot.
And back then we didn't have visual capabilities. It would just be like, hey, it's Spice Boy. I'm in the back, and it looks like to be about 50 mile an hour winds. And then I'd have 25 in the background, like taking a metal sign and wiggling it. So like, so signs are really twisted, and it just, I'd have 25 out there clanging trash barrels and stuff. Because Lummy, you could fool them back in the day. Like, man, things are really crazy out here. Lummy, you trying to set up a Zoom?
That would have to be Rhett, since Macho's not here.
Okay, well, can somebody set up a Zoom? First of all, I need to ask: is that doable? Like, is that doable?
Yeah, it is.
All right, cool.
Just give me a minute. I'll set it up.
No problem. Thanks, Johnny.
I might need to come back there to where you are. I don't have the remote code for Macho's computer, so I can't remote in.
You can reach over me all you want, bud.
Okay, here I come.
I can feel your ginger on top of mine.
Get ready. Give you a warning.
So, Lummy, what I'm thinking is you probably need to stay here until he sends you the Zoom link, and then I think you got a Zoom link, and then I got to accept it, and then I got to maximize it. But Lummy, just probably want you to go out there.
Can I go out there with him?
Why?
Or just be like, I could kind of prance around?
Yeah.
You want to prance around and you want to get wet?
We want to prance around like we do when we urinate out
All right,
there.
both of you guys, yes. Lummy, you're the cameraman.
Yes.
And Seth is your
Prancer.
Is the prancer. And you guys just go out there and give me like a mild. Listen, we have a purpose, and that is for you to give me an outside weather report.
Sounds good.
Update. Not we don't need channel 13, Lummy, when I can just have you
just looking at the sky
live giving me your estimates.
How well can he prance in this rain?
Dan, I don't think they're flying in this weather, are they? Can they land a plane? I think
they can land a plane, but they're not electively landing planes here. They canceled over 1,000 flights yesterday, so I'm sure they're going to take a day or two to catch up.
So like, there's no in or out traffic right now under these conditions.
They would probably divert.
All right, so we're going to send Lummy out to his truck or wherever him and his prancer decide to go. Rhett is trying to get us hooked up. Our internet's not being very cool right now.
We got a real big weather high spot coming. Don't go anywhere.
Hopefully we don't hit that last band. It's not there anymore.
Well, that's good, right?
You want it to be as bad as possible, don't you?
Lummy, are you trying to say that
he wants a calm day?
No, I want to get out there when it's bad.
Yeah, like, is it bad right now?
Yeah.
It was bad 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. It was really bad.
Looking at the Fox 13 up there, we're in the red spot right now, but see, there's a little green behind it.
Yeah, we want to get one and we're still redded, right?
Yeah, it looks like it might be another 10 minutes before we get another red one.
Okay, listen, we all know from going to that Morgan Wallen concert that none of us know how to tell about the weather because we were all looking at that thing going, oh yeah, 5-10 minutes we're out of here.
Macho, man. Macho doesn't
but
know
this has been a declared weather event. Like
but you don't know where the feeder bands are going or where they're turning.
Oh, then don't be the prancer, bitch. Stay inside.
No, I'll prance even if it's not raining. I don't need the rain to determine my pranceness.
Stop being a little wet. Stop being a weather bitch. Okay.
Yeah, Macho's not here right now.
You're the weather bitch.
You're the weather.
You're the
bitch.
one that's trying to get some rain footage.
Are you questioning my programming?
Never.
Now?
Never.
Hold on. You're the one that wants to go out during said rain footage, bitch.
And prance.
You're the one that bona fidely asked to be part of this high spot that you think's stupid.
No, I don't think it's stupid. I want to make your great idea even better.
There you go. Let me check your email.
Oh man, I love the weather.
I love our show. I love everybody. How about those pricks that were making fun of me about using my 4-ways during hazardous weather conditions?
Jay made it. He was just in the field.
Is he on the microphone?
He's on the mic now. We'll get you headphones
right here. Yeah, but I can hear you. It was crazy.
We're trying to send Lummy out there.
I think you got to accept him, Bubba. Or maybe Rhett does that.
Okay, what do I?
It says admit at the top in blue.
Okay, admit. All right. I'm admitting it.
That's the first part of recovery is the admission.
You're on, Lummy.
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, Lummy, you're on. There's the.
It's not that crazy.
There's the stupid
right
prancer.
Hey,
how about Seth? Such a little dick. Like he takes a crap on my idea, but he wants to be part of my idea.
Oh my God! Oh Jesus!
All right, let's go.
Prance, bitch.
Yeah, prance.
Prance, bitch, prance.
Yeah. We're losing. Boy, you can tell Jay's here. That high karate's pretty strong, isn't it? Man. Man.
Oh, look at that river rapids
stopped.
out here, Bubba.
What?
It's not that bad right now.
Look at all the river rapids we got going on here.
Yeah, too bad we don't have a kayak and you could river raft at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me maybe after this Saturday with the Get Fresh crew, can we clean all this? We look like literally we got pallets and we're the white trash of the entire industrial park. Can we try to clean up a little bit?
Yes, of course.
It wasn't like that 5 minutes ago. It was torrential.
I don't know what Seth is doing.
He's prancing.
So let me. It's not really that bad,
He's
is
skipping.
it?
No, it's just more windy.
Yeah, but this looks like really like an afternoon thunderstorm
On the highway.
And tell
It's
Seth,
insane right now.
Bubba doesn't appreciate your billboard for the competition. You f boy.
Hey, Bubba doesn't appreciate your billboard for the competition.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Yeah. What a dick. Dan, that would be like if I came
What a
to your
dick.
Dan, that would be like if I came to your office wearing a David Halpern shirt.
Yeah, although I do like David, but still.
He's your competition.
Right.
Jesus. What a dick.
Oh, please.
Let me get let me get rid of these numb nuts here. That was pretty uneventful and stupid.
Holy crap, dude. Are you serious?
Good job prancing.
It could work when it was nuts. I mean, it was nuts on the highway. Literally like 5 minutes away from here. It's insane right now.
Yeah.
One of the worst drives I've had literally in my life, Bub. I just called my wife and said, I'm here. I just want to let you know I'm alive.
Hey, I had the on Friday.
My Generac is on. Thank you, Jeff.
No. Your blinkers, your hazards on your truck.
You know you can do that. Do you know that? Nope. I mean, only on 275. Only on 275 because remember, Dan, you have to the posted speed limit has to be 55 or more.
Yep.
Yeah.
For that law?
Yeah.
I never heard that. But there was a couple people with them on, for sure.
Yeah, it's legal now. Over 55, if it's horrible conditions, you're allowed to use your four ways.
Yeah, Jay, I was in I was in the most horriblest condition Friday coming from Ocala. And it was I went live on YouTube. I mean, it was so bad. And all the people were calling me a boomer and you suck and whatever because I had my four ways on like everybody else did. And then I went and found the new law that got passed on July 1st of last year where Florida law, and Dan, did I not recite the law?
Oh, yes, to the statute.
To the Florida state statute saying that as of last July when they changed the law that motorists can put their four-way hazard on during extreme weather conditions on highways that have the speed limit 55 and above. So I went and faced it.
I wish I'd known that. Now I will do that because I would have 100% done that just a moment ago.
So this just released this weekend.
Whoa! Adam Nielsen, $1,000.
For what?
Take that, Brian, bitch.
Well, hold on. Now, Dan.
Come on, that was funny.
He didn't.
Really.
I mean, yeah, it was.
Yeah, it
But
was.
it was very
Dan.
aggressive.
That's a Dan. That's to Dan.
Does it say Dan?
It's implied.
Well, I mean, it's not implied.
It is.
No, it's not.
Of course
What
it
if
is.
it was for Lummy and Seth's high spot?
Well, I know it's for Barb, but Adam Nielsen's the gun guy. The one that gave us nice gun.
The one with my badass $12,000 gun.
He just said, sorry for the delay. He's building a new house.
Okay.
Right.
Well, yeah, but so Lummy, he didn't specify.
Let me look here.
He just threw 1,000 because it's getting ready for Barb. It wasn't a Dan, Seth,
Wasn't
Bubba.
Brian Day either, was it?
No.
No, it was
Dan Day.
I feel like I'm dealing with an 8th grader. I really do.
More
Jay,
like 6th grade.
Jay, 6th grade on Ritalin. Second,
I think a 12-year-old.
got a 6th grade who I got a 6th grader who forgot to take his Ritalin today. Yeah. That's what I'm dealing with here. Jesus. So, Lummy, thank you. Thank you to Adam Nielsen. Love him. We got to see how where that puts him. I got to think that this Friday night in Bubba 199 is going to be a lot of that. People getting, I got a little report as to how close people. I think as a business owner, I have a list of people that are getting close after the next 199 when you only have like 40 more days. Do you think I should reach out to those and just say, hey, this is the total that I got. What do you got?
Yeah, a lot of people have actually been emailing Ashley and asking.
Yeah.
Until she gives them the kind of update.
I want to make sure that you get credit. In case we missed, you might have 300-400 more than we have.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to make sure our counting lines up. So this appeared over the weekend. And it's just, Jay, you being an attorney, and more importantly, being an attorney, the majority of your business, very, very, and if I'm wrong, correct me, but I think most of your business in the legal arena is contingency work and not by the hour work.
Correct.
And so sometimes you take everything on contingency for the most part. So your firm virtually loses if you don't win the case or get a favorable settlement.
Correct.
So you have to calculate, the risk of each case. That's part of what you and Dan and Pitty and Steven and Fred and Jimmy and all your other cousins who work down there. I think the other guy's name's Steve, isn't it? Scott. I knew it was an S. Yeah. So those are the three attorneys, right?
Yep.
And Pitty's an attorney, but he's
the administrator, COO.
But he's, right. He's important.
The chief operating officer for sure.
Right. Can he boss Dan around?
If he wants to.
He would never.
No, he would never.
He would never.
No, he doesn't. Pitty doesn't boss anyone
even
around,
if Dan was wrong, Pitty would have to ask Jay how to do it.
No, he would know how to do it. He'd round it about.
Well, just as an update too, Adam.
You just go to Steve.
Adam sent me a text and said
for the Diacos.
For the Diacos.
It's all for the Diacos.
Oh, okay.
Clarification.
With an S on it.
No, hold on. Dan.
With an S.
Dan.
What?
Dan.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to be 100% honest. And I know that you and Adam have a relationship. I know. I think he's done some gun stuff for you, has he not?
Uh-uh.
No, he texted me, Bubba.
Nick does.
No, he texted.
All right, so I'm just saying, Adam did not text you?
No, he texted Lummy.
All right, Lummy. So he texted you.
Yeah.
And Lummy, did you sway him towards the Diaco deal, or did he just bona fidely bring up the Diaco deal?
He texted me out of the blue and said 500 for Dan and 500 for Jay.
Oh, there
I'll
you
take
go.
it, Dan.
All right.
So it's Diacos.
Dan, I profusely apologize by trying to make it a non-Diaco deal when indeed it was a Diaco deal. I apologize to you and your great family the legacy on down.
Thank you.
And by the way, Dan, I just got into Weeds. I started a new series, Weeds. I know that it's, Seth, 10 years old? 15 years old. But early on in seasons 1 and 2, the girl that sells the wheat, Jay, are you familiar with the show?
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't the little boy look like little Danny?
Absolutely.
He looks just like little Danny.
He does.
He looks just like little Danny.
Oh my God.
I'm not familiar with it.
It's funny. It was on HBO 15 years ago.
I heard about it. I just didn't know the character.
I think it was on Showtime.
The old comedian, Kevin Nielsen or so was it? He's hilarious.
Yeah, Kevin. I think it's Kevin Nielsen.
He's funny.
Seth gave me I asked Seth one day, hey, did you ever watch Weeds? He's like, oh, yeah, man. I said, does that thing still hold up? And he said, yes, it still holds up. So
does it?
I think it does.
Yeah. It was way ahead of its time.
I mean, Suits held up, right?
It's as much as it can.
Listen, Dan.
3.
Listen, I'll tell you this, Dan. Banshee held up, did it not?
Yes.
Remember Banshee?
Awesome.
Remember Banshee?
Awesome.
Yeah, and that was from 2012.
Yeah, that was old, and that was a great referral.
Sopranos would hold. If you were to start Sopranos right now, it would hold up.
Yeah.
If you were to start, Breaking Bad right now, it'd hold up.
Probably, yes.
If you'd start Ozarks right now, probably hold up.
Mm-hmm.
Seth, you could start Curb Your Enthusiasm. You can actually start Curb Your Enthusiasm in the middle of any season and any episode, and in 3 episodes know exactly what all the characters do and the dynamic of the show.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's how comedy should be.
Right.
It's really easy to digest.
Yeah.
So I'm watching Weeds now. I'm starting season 3 I'm in the middle of season 2, and her son. It's about the suburban mom, Dan, did you ever see it?
No.
It's about the suburban mom who is slinging some weed.
Single mom who's slinging weed to try to make money for the fam.
Yeah, to pay the family's bills, to keep their lifestyle going. And there's so many stories like, her oldest son's dating a blind girl that he gets pregnant. Her Klingon brother, who kind of reminds me of Seth. You kind of remind me of him, Seth.
What, her brother-in-law?
Yeah.
Andy?
The guy who takes Jewish classes?
Yeah.
You remind me of Andy.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
He was very funny in that show.
So I think it still holds up, and I was watching a little bit of that, and her son, Dan, I got to get. Maybe you can send me a picture of that kid.
The cast of the show.
It's her youngest son, and he's a real smart ass. I'm at the episode now, Jay, where he just learned how to masturbate, and he's using tube socks, and he's flushing them down the toilet. and then Uncle has to teach. I never knew about the heated banana peel.
Oh,
I
wow.
never knew about that.
You used to heat tube socks though, right? Did you put your tube socks, wet them up and put them in the microwave?
Yeah, but I never had heard of the heated banana peel until the last episode of Weeds I just watched, and oh my God, I think I might want to try it.
I sent you the link.
Anyway, anytime I watch this, Dan, I always think of this kid being little Danny. He is so little Danny. Oh, hold on here.
It reminds me of him a little bit. I can see it.
Let me see here.
See it.
Like
is that him too?
See that?
Like right there. Look. Does that not look like little Danny?
A little bit, yes.
This is as he gets older. Like this. Like right there.
Yeah,
like right there.
And the one before that too.
With the dirty upper lip.
Hold on.
Look at that one. That one looks a lot like
Danny. Like that's Danny.
Yeah.
That's Danny.
Yeah.
That's as he get old.
Is that what your kids? Is that what it's going to look like, Dan, when he grows up?
I don't know.
We'll see.
Let's hope not.
Dan's always, Dan's a plastic surgeon. He can change whatever anything the kid's got going on wrong. So back to my original story, and that is, Jay, you have to calculate each case and say, okay, this is a strong case, but it's going to take, in your experience, it's going to take us a year to get where we need to be. Within that year, our business, our office is going to have to front X amount of thousands of dollars. I got to have this many caseworkers on it. I need to hire I got to get them, I got this much cost on it, PIs, depositions, whole 9 yards. I'm going to have 50,000 in this case. Is it worth? Yep. And if it's not, you don't take it. And if it calculates out pretty good and it's a strong case, then you take it.
Well, yeah.
And there's been instances where you've been, and then you have to have enough money and operating capital, having been a reputable law firm as long as you can. You're not like Danny, who just takes out all the money he can in the plastic surgery center. You have to keep a ongoing escrow balance to be able to, not get a big case for 6 months, and you have to float something for 6 months. So you got to have all that float money, all that.
Right.
You got to do all that.
Right.
And sometimes you get big wins, and sometimes you get a loss. But like, damn, that one hurt us a little bit. We had a lot of resources in that.
I'm happy to say I've never had a big loss on a plaintiff's case like that ever. Not in my entire 29 years.
Well, that's why that's why you're still doing it 29 years later, my friend.
Yeah, because when you go to trial, there's a way to make sure you're not getting screwed, and you can do certain statutory things. But
have you ever known a smaller law firm?
Big. I've lost trials that I shouldn't have lost. I've won trials I shouldn't have won. I'm not saying that, but it's never gotten stung on.
No. What
big
I'm saying
costs
is
before, ever.
I mean, but that's in the industry. There's probably instances where law firms have gone virtually all in, down the road, so much involved money and capital wise that because they were so sure they were going to win it, they lose it. And does it sometimes decimate the law firm?
Yes,
have you ever seen it happen? Have you ever seen that happen?
I've seen firms get hit with lots of costs, and usually the firms that get hit with those kind of costs can handle them.
Right.
But it can absolutely put a little firm out of business.
So the report comes out. Ben Affleck eyeing about playing Hulk Hogan in a movie called Killing Gawker. And the movie seems to be based most around the person that financed Hogan's lawsuit, Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel.
I think it's Peter Thiel.
It's Peter Thiel.
Thiel.
Well, it's perfect because he killed the Batman franchise.
But hold on. So this Peter Thiel guy,
and he married to J-Lo, that pig. Sorry,
who was one of the I think he's one of the guys that invented or was a founder of PayPal.
Correct.
And I also think he had something to do with the early stages of Facebook too, as well. But he's a multi-billionaire guy, and he funded the Hulk Hogan lawsuit. He funded it. He paid for it.
And you know why?
But here's the thing: people make such a big deal about this, like it changed the outcome of the trial, or that it's illegal. And what you don't realize is that the funding of lawsuits happens every day when you go to that personal injury attorney, and he takes your case, and you're now fighting, the insurance company and going through all the medical hoops of every major wreck that happens in Florida. There is a personal attorney. There's a personal injury attorney if your wreck is, severe enough and they're properly insured and stuff like that. But I mean, there's tens of thousands of lawyer financed court cases going on at any time.
Every single one, but this is what they're
and they're trying to make it like this is a big deal that he paid for Hogan's law. It doesn't matter.
This happens all the time in defamation cases. It's different. It's a different beast than a personal injury case. Most law firms that handle these types of cases will make you pay for it. Remember who paid for his own case? MJ. You remember that? He paid by the hour.
Yeah.
And so just because Thiel decided to pay for Hogan because they outed him as being a homosexual. That's the whole thing they're forgetting to do.
But they're making movies out of this. Like, they're not making movies out of...
Do you know why?
Hold on. That's why what I'm doing is going to be so refreshing, because nobody has made a movie or nobody has made anything other than... Hogan beat Gawker and was funded by Peter Thiel, who was wronged by Nick Denton, who owned Gawker. Nick Denton, who owned Gawker, was the first publication
Bingo.
Or the first person that exposed Peter Thiel as potentially being gay.
Correct.
Peter Thiel then said, if I ever have an opportunity to get back at Nick Denton, because I didn't want to publicly disclose that I was gay. I wanted to make it a private deal, which is his right. But Peter Thiel, Nick Denton of Gawker got some type of intel or pictures or an ex-boyfriend or something, and they outed Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel then saw an opportunity when Gawker was on the ropes to help finance and put all this additional manpower that potentially put Hogan's defense team over the edge. I think Peter Thiel went on record and said, I don't care what it costs, how many mock times you have to try it. Money's no matter. Supposedly the legal bill was $6 million. That's what I'm hearing in the legal circles. But that's not the story. The story is, and everybody wants to cover the fact that Peter Thiel got outed as a homosexual, and he then financed Hogan to go against the people that outed him, and he bankrupted them, and Peter Thiel is a big bad bully, and that's the way it should. That's just not cool. Like, everybody stands up for Gawker on this.
You know what?
Everybody stands up saying...
I hate to sound conspiratorial, but what Danny said earlier is exactly true about this situation. It's because he's a conservative billionaire that supports Trump, along with Hulk Hogan, who spoke at the Republican National Convention. But for those things, they would not be all over Peter Thiel. They're also trying to make a connection between J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel.
This is also, this has been already told, they're saying it's going to kind of mirror what has already been done.
Yeah, it's off the book that was written.
Yeah. The
Netflix
screenplay
one.
is written by Charles Randolph and is based off the Ryan Holiday's book Conspiracy. Peter Thiel, Hulk Hogan, Gawker, and the anatomy and the autonomy of intrigue.
The anatomy.
Yeah, the anatomy. Sure, whatever.
Who do you think's gonna play you?
You think they're gonna have somebody?
Jack Black.
Jack Black.
Oh, jeez.
Dan said.
No, they're not going to make me.
Someone has to. You have to be in it.
I don't know. I don't know.
They have to, Bubba. Did they ask you to play?
No.
Would you do that?
No.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't do like
No.
Howard.
You wouldn't play yourself.
You wouldn't play yourself.
Margot Robbie's been cast as Heather.
Oh
yeah.
Well, listen. Here's the thing. Like, who cares who financed the lawsuit that Hogan won? The lawsuit was invasion of privacy. They did invade his privacy. This was not a public matter. It wasn't shot in a public venue. It wasn't shot as part of a paparazzi deal through a little curtain, opening. It wasn't. No, it was shot, in my home. Nobody was ever supposed to, see it. It got stolen, brokered.
By the way, I sat and watched you come up with putting those dots together in front of a room full of lawyers from Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, the blue ribbon lawyers that we handed them their asses, did we not?
Yes, but you're right. You sat right by my shoulder.
Right when you put it all together.
And as they're asking me questions, do you know this guy? I'm like, yes. Do you know this guy? Yes. And then I looked at Jay and I think we had a recess. And I took Jay and I grabbed him. Like by his core. And I go, come here. And we went outside over by one of his $1 zillion cars. And I go, I got it.
Like that moment you figured it out?
Yes. And Jay goes, I know. I got it the same time you got it. I was writing my notes here. And Jay's
literally showed him.
Jay's like, here's my notepad. And Jay was writing the notes down. And then a big star would be like, oh my
exactly
God.
Right, Bubba.
And then Tom, listen, and he's showing me the notes. And I go, you got to call Tom Bean right now. Right now. So I said, I'm going to go in there and see where they're at as far as getting ready. But can you stay outside? Because I didn't want them to hear Jay calling anybody.
Right.
So we were out in the parking lot by Jay's $1 zillion car.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was that car too.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the car you had back then, wasn't it?
No, I think I drove the 599 over. I remember the day. It's actually that office building is like a half a block away from my building now.
And so he's on the phone with Tom Bean, telling him like, "Oh my God, oh my God." And I went back in there, and they were all kind of just fiddle-faddling around. They didn't know that we were just absolutely beside ourselves. And then they were all getting ready to go back into the big room. And I yelled out, Jay, come on. So then Jay came in, and we started the next half of it. But, yeah.
It was like 8 hours of deposition.
But nobody's covering that.
No.
Only thing people want to cover is, oh, my God, Peter Thiel financed Hulk Hogan's lawsuit against Gawker.
Because
oh my God,
Hogan talked on Donald Trump's behalf, and J.D. Vance is a billionaire like he. It's really gross because if this was a liberal, they would be so against this.
It's the weaponization of journalism.
Yeah, I don't like exposing people's private lives ever, and the way they did that to Peter Thiel is reprehensible.
So hold on now, but this is good for me because it shows that this topic. Keep telling this story because when my story comes out, it ain't gonna be anything like this.
Hey, by the way, I did find who they might have play you in the movie.
Who?
Don't kill me.
No.
Rosie O'Donnell.
No.
That almost is a Tukey.
It's almost a knuckle sandwich.
You ever heard of a knuckle sandwich?
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Seth, like, fuck you dance. I think do like TIG welding and shit at your house.
Is it?
TIG welding, Dan.
I'm worn out.
TIG.
Too much dancing? Too much.
Too much what?
That requires a lot of electricity though, right, Bubba?
Too much dancing.
Oh my God, you couldn't. Jay couldn't do that to his house right now.
No, I had the same experience you had though, where my house has real quiet windows, and so I got in the car to drive here, and it was freaking nuts. I had
He
no
can
idea.
almost have everything but that.
As long as it won't come back. The rest of it's fine with the lungs. Everything else in your body is fine, but your lungs suck. Your lungs suck. They didn't even think about that 20 years ago. That's why it's so foreign to you.
But is that
Fixes it.
It does. But is it survivable?
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
It is.
Everybody.
It works. How are y'all?
Big operation.
Yeah, is it?
Massive.
Could you do it?
Could I do it? Shit, dude. One hand
Jonah
shot
Hill.
out of that.
Jonah Hill would be awesome. What's up, Group of Lips? Terry, Snizuki, how's everybody doing? Oh, is that Thunder?
Yeah.
Shit.
Or Danny's car.
No, he's in my dad's old Jag, the old truck. That's quiet.
Some YouTuber.
Jamie Flynn, good morning. Jason Reeves, Tile Guru. All well, thank you. What's up, Mitch? Big Buck. All good. I did not get any this weekend. Pity's recovering from a little procedure on his arm and couldn't get in the water. I had some stuff to do it.
Thanks, Decaf. Appreciate you checking it out.
I don't think Dr. Dan's leaving yet.
What's up,
What?
Patrick Jones?
I don't think Dr. Dan's leaving yet.
Oh, he's not? I just took over. What's up, Herman?
Oh, no, I mean, like, I don't think he's leaving the building.
Stop and go, Steve. Is it crazy out there?
It's too flooded, yeah.
It sounds like it's nuts out there again.
It got worse. There's nowhere for him to walk with.
I think there's not a, yeah. Really? Not even to get to the car?
Let me.
Yes, sir.
You should charge Dan $10 to pull his car right up to the front.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, Steve?
Would that be okay?
Huh?
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
But Dan.
You're in Costa Rica.
I know you said you had to poop, so.
Tell me
Don Savage.
for $10 you pull his car up.
If you're anywhere near Playa Honkiao. I don't think so, Stephen Coco. Stop and go. How you doing, buddy?
No, it happened, Fred. We gave out 280 backpacks.
He's pooping. He said he's good.
You can check Bubba's Twitter for some pics. Put them up on Instagram later.
Did you have any trouble getting in today, or was it?
No.
It's coming.
Thanks everybody from the Bubba Army who donated.
Davis Island's still flooded. I should have been able to send me some photos of such crazy results. Can you send me
Are mailmen working today?
Who's that?
Our mailmen?
I know the people across the street don't look like they're working today.
Well, I didn't know if like mail could go out in this weather.
Rain or shine, kid.
Is it?
Yeah. Amazon was delivering yesterday.
What happened?
Amazon was out delivering yesterday.
Oh well, I mean that's not surprising. Christmas, Thanksgiving, and
the pancakes. No,
hurricanes.
I'm not big on breakfast, Steve Coco. I'll do like a Fairlife Core Power chocolate milk in the morning. Maybe hit a great creatine in there. So the Brian Gilson.
You got Bubba live now. If you go through withdrawals later,
easy fix.
Get your fix at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to the BRN.
A listener-supported sponge is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
I can tell Macho's been gone because I haven't had any of those thrown in. And I like that, because it's not us begging, it's Snoop Dogg begging.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg.
And it's not even really Snoop Dogg. I mean, it's a UK dude.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listeners supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of the Bubba Army. Now returns.
All right, so they're saying Ben Affleck is going to play Hogan in this new movie called Gawker, which basically is probably going to make me look like a real piece of crap. Because nobody really knows the story. I should get a hold of the producers on this, Jay, and say, hey, listen, you know what? Well, I guess all they have to really do is read Gawker v. Hogan, right? That's what it's about, right? Mm-hmm. And see, here's what sucks. None of the good, really good drill down truth is in Gawker v. Hogan. It's in it's in Cox v. Hogan or Hogan v. Cox. That's where all the how things went down is there. Hogan was brilliant to take 2 bites at this apple, was he not? He could
absolutely, but they knew exactly what happened in this case. It all came out. Remember, they know what happened. Everything happened before it got resolved. The sting, everything.
But will they cover it?
That'll be very interesting. And
so
if they covered incorrectly, I'm going to shoot over a 770 letter for you. You know what I'm saying? Because they better not defame
Ben, he's going to star as Hulk Hogan in the new film Gawker, and Matt Damon will play Peter Thiel, the first, I believe, outside investor for Facebook.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's playing Peter Thiel? No,
that's Matt Damon.
Oh, okay.
Who's playing Hogan?
Ben Affleck.
He's portrayed in Social Network, but he's connected to Hulk Hogan because he helped Hogan finance a lawsuit that he put up against this website called Gawker. So the screenplay for Killing Gawker is written by Charles Randolph, who won the 2016 Academy Award for Best Adapted Screenplay for The Big Short. The screenplay is based on the 2018 book Conspiracy, Peter Thiel, Hulk, Gawker, and the Anatomy of Intrigue by Ryan Holiday. That book chronicled the lawsuit that WWE Hall of Famer Hulk Hogan filed against now defunct website Gawker.
Now, hold on. I didn't know, because what I saw, Lemmy, was like on Netflix or something. I don't know if Hulk Gawker and the Anatomy of Intrigue by Ryan Holiday. What is it? What's the?
Let's order that, Rhett.
Let me see.
Hulk Gawker and the Anatomy of Intrigue by Ryan Holiday.
Is that what the title's called?
That's what this movie is based upon. The screenplay is based upon this 2018 book called Conspiracy, Peter Thiel, and then
Peter Thiel, Hulk Gawker, and the Anatomy of Intrigue by Ryan Holiday. That
book is the basis of the screenplay.
Lemmy, can you see if that book's buyable?
Oh, it is.
It is?
Yes.
I mean, would you look for it?
Yeah.
Send me a link. I might buy it.
Okay.
Because, Jay, that's probably, I don't think any of us have seen any of that. I don't know what they get into.
Conspiracy. A true story of power, sex, and a billionaire's secret plot to destroy a media empire.
What? That's the...
I sent you the link to buy it. It looks like a big book.
$17.
And time you'll never get back from reading it.
Conspiracy, Peter Thiel, Hulk Hogan, Gawker.
What's the conspiracy?
And the Anatomy of Intrigue.
They proved up a case to a jury.
A stunning story about how power works in the modern age. The book, the New York Times called one hell of a page turner. And the Sunday Times of London celebrated as riveting, an astonishing modern media conspiracy that is a fantastic read So are they saying that, like, the media conspiracy is the fact that Peter Thiel wanted to take Gawker as a media outlet out because they said some bad things about, like,
because they outed him being gay.
So that's what the Hulk Hogan sex tape means to you? That's all it is just a big media. You don't know the players behind it and the shadiness and how it all transpired?
It says here that Gawker's demise was not incidental. It had been masterminded by Thiel.
Right, and let's look. The post would be the case's meticulously plotted conspiracy that would end a nearly decade later with a $140 million judgment. Like they conspired to bring them down, or did Gawker hurt one of his friends and he financed the case because he can?
But I sent you a link on when
if I was a billionaire, Bubba, and someone did something to you, I'd pay for it.
Sure you would.
In a second.
So
especially if it was legal.
This is him doing a question.
Only if it was legal.
And it looks at 501. He gets into ask what he thinks about the Hogan sex tape, the origin of it.
Really?
Basically a man who is cornered, who has nothing to lose, becomes very dangerous to the prince. The people who are backed into a corner are the sort of most dangerous enemies. And so I read this. I was fascinated by it. And in December of 2016, I had dinner with Peter here in New York. He has an apartment.
Which, by the way, December of 2016 is when the sting happened. Remember, Jay?
Mm-hmm.
December of 2016 is when the feds arrested Spice Boy and did the Sand Pearl takedown.
A few blocks from here in Union Square. And I walked into his apartment. His private chef comes out, who's sort of also his doorman. It was a little strange. But he takes your coat, and this is how the intro of the book obviously goes as well. He takes your coat, he lays it down, and I don't know if you guys have this habit, but as soon as I get in someone's house, I like to snoop and look at all the books that they have. And Teal's apartment is filled with books.
Would you say I was looking for, Lummy?
This thing says at 501 the origin of the Hulk Hogan sex tape. So
different shelves of different kinds.
Didn't I go there?
Yeah, you did. No, you.
All right.
Some of them are art books. Some of them are economics books. There was a surprising amount of books about chess. And as I walked towards the window, which looks out over Union Square Park, this book caught my eye, and it was Discourses on Livy. And it struck me what an incredible coincidence that this sort of defining work on conspiracies happened to sit on the shelf of a man who had just sort of redefined what a modern conspiracy might look like. And it was in that moment that I decided
it's a conspiracy theory to finance a guy who's got a legitimate lawsuit about invasion of privacy. It's a conspiracy for you to finance that guy's lawsuit because the people that you're financing against at one time outed you as being gay. How about the fact that he just has enough money to help Hogan out to make sure he's got that much better representation to beat somebody that screwed with him?
And they picked some of the finest and most ethical lawyers in the nation, Charles Harder and Ken Turkel from Tampa here, and Charles Harder's the LA guy. And there's no way these guys would do anything unethical or conspiratorial or illegal like improperly financing a case. It's complete horse crap.
And you go to 1230, it looks like he starts talking about Hogan and what he's going through in 2007. I'm trying to.
He does not know that not only is his illicit sexual relationship with his best friend's wife being recorded, but all of his comments are being recorded, including a number of.
What's that?
You went a little far, but it's.
Appalling racist remarks that he makes as he vents in this in this bedroom as his life.
What did you say it started at?
1230 is when it looks like he kind of got a little interested in it.
12:30?
Yeah.
Family know him. Happens to be going through a bit of a rough patch. His wife has left him. He ends up giving about 70% of his marital assets up in the divorce. The real estate market has crashed. His $25 million mansion sells for less than $10 million. He considers committing suicide. His career is in tatters. His body is falling apart. And in this moment, he confides in his best friend, a man legally named Bubba the Love Sponge, a Florida DJ, that he could use
everybody popped on the name. Are they not?
Yeah.
Comfort. And Bubba picks him up and takes him to his house and then says, "Do you want to have sex with my wife?" And Hulk Hogan says, "Sure." And they do. several times on several occasions. But what he doesn't know is that in the smoke detector on the wall, maybe like that one, or a light like that one, is a red blinking light, a camera, that this is being recorded. And he does not know that not only is his illicit sexual relationship with his best friend's wife being recorded, but all of his comments are being recorded, including a number of appalling...
I just want to know, Lummy, does he talk about me distributing it?
I mean, that's very interesting. This guy read the deposition.
Remarks
read
that
the
he makes as he
read your
vents in
depo.
this courtroom, or sorry, in this bedroom, as his life is falling apart. And then he goes on his way, the relationship inevitably fizzles out, and he thinks that his life goes back to normal. And it goes back to normal for Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, although his investment fund Clarium does not do well in the interim period between when he is outed and when the sex tape is recorded, a little company called Facebook does, in fact, go public. He owns 10% of it.
So again, like, what does the guy that financed the tape, is he that big? If he's that big of news, man, the news I got, whew, is some real good news.
His $500,000 investment is worth well over $1 billion, most of which he takes in cash at the IPO. And it's a surreal series of events. After Gawker had outed Thiel, he just sat on it. In retrospect, it seems like he must have acted immediately, but he just sits on it. This thing's...
And like I said, I'm trying to read it off of 2350. It looks like they're talking about the extortion and FBI sting. It looks like
Keith Davidson. They think it's a...
This guy read depositions.
So I'd say 2350. Yeah.
2350.
Right there, yeah, where we were.
All right.
And
then we can go to words. We can go to words and come back with this on the back.
To run just about anything that they think will be provocative or get attention. This is the prime story for them. They send it to him. Gawker runs it a few days later.
Do they talk about how they got it?
I'm trying to read it.
Let me go into words because I want to.
Oh yeah, yep.
20.
Yep. Yeah.
Let me go into words. Find me some pickup points. We'll return with this, okay?
Yep.
Perfect.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Gawker makes, and they don't manage to find anything right away. It takes, they start this in April 2011, and by mid-2012, they've not made much progress. As the fall of 2012 begins, Gawker makes a catastrophic unforced error. They receive anonymously in the mail this Charles Harder only knows that he's been hired by this Mr. A character. He does not know who his backer is. And they don't manage to find anything right away. It takes, they start this in April 2011, and by mid-2012, they've not made much progress. As the fall of 2012 begins, Gawker makes a catastrophic unforced error. They receive anonymously in the mail this sex tape involving Hulk Hogan. It's a 30-minute unedited DVD of one of the tapes involving Hogan. And where did this tape come from? Well, who recorded, or how did it get into anyone's hands? Well, this is where the story takes a very strange twist, an almost unreal twist. What happened was, Bubba the Love Sponge had recorded the tape, and then he and his wife had gotten a divorce. And
this guy might actually know.
He read your depo.
Possession of these tapes actually came up as an asset in their divorce. They argued over who gets the illegally recorded sex.
That's not true. This is not true.
That's not true.
Tape of their friends, one of which is rumored, and again, this is a rumor, but this does pop up from time to time in the trial. One of these tapes may involve General Petraeus.
Man, this guy's so far fucking
that's defamatory, Bubba.
And a number of FBI agents who are friends, an FBI agent who's friends with Bubba Clem, and a number of other celebrities as well.
You can prove all that definably false. That's definably false fucking statements.
We need to sue this guy for defamation and slander immediately.
Bubba gets the tapes in the divorce, right? To shorten it, he gets the tapes, and he hides them in his desk at work.
at the radio station. He locks him in his desk. And then during an office move, a rival DJ, who I won't name.
Why? Of course, they never name him. Why?
I've been charged with this, but a rival DJ steals these tapes, which for some reason he knew existed, and then, not to embarrass Hulk Hogan, but to embarrass the DJ time slot he wanted to have.
Yeah, I don't know the other parts of relevant defamation.
Media, opening to show
How you got him. You had him. Who cares?
Popular now that his rival is a cuck, right?
Oh, shit.
That his rival likes watching other men have sex with his wife. He thinks this will be very bad for Bubba the Love Sponge's career.
He's
not clear why he thinks.
Why don't you mention his name?
But he begins to shop them to the media. He shows
You mean
a
Cowhead?
sample of the tapes to TMZ. TMZ, another reporter at TMZ, who I won't name because, again, not charged with it, refers him to a lawyer named Keith M. Davidson, who was a broker of these tapes.
I got to pee for a second. Jesus Christ, Bubba, this is crazy.
This anonymous DJ, that if he works with Davidson, he might be able to get money for the tapes. And so they begin to leak more of the tapes. They try to get it on TMZ. They try other websites, and then they settle on Gawker. And they leak the 30-minute DVD to Gawker, knowing that Gawker will run it, because Gawker tends to run just about anything that they think will be provocative or get attention.
What up,
This is
Panda?
the prime story for them. They send it to him. Gawker runs it a few days later. Gawker thinks they're getting a scoop. They don't realize that they are being used as a cat's paw in an extortion campaign. This is the conspiracy within the conspiracy, if it's not confusing enough. They're the cat's paw. They run the tape. This is Davidson later tells Hogan's personal attorney that leaking the tape was the shot across the bow to get Hogan's attention, to then pay for the tapes. He pays for them. They negotiate a $300,000 price. They go to a hotel room. They negotiate the sale of the tapes. It just happens that the FBI has been called. The FBI is waiting in the next hotel room. They catch Keith Davidson. They think it's could not have been caught extorting someone more red-handedly, but he ultimately is never charged for the crime. Flash forward a little bit, he goes on to then extort Donald Trump with Stormy Daniels, and I'm forgetting the other porn star's name, but the two porn stars who Donald Trump paid off after allegedly having an affair, both of these deals were brokered by the same lawyer who
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Missed part of the show? We got you covered at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Now back to Bubba Live Worldwide.
Man, by the way, the Bubba the Love Sponge show, and we've watched this now privately, Lummy.
Yeah.
At least this high spot from 21 on. Jay's been with us the majority of the time. He had to go pee, so he missed a little bit of it. But this is so what the entire world thinks. And the conspiracy is the fact that how wrong the conspiracy in itself is. There's some patches of truth. There's a lot of patches of truth. But then there's just some outlandish stuff that have come with this sex tape to the point where they're publishing that.
Well, the conspiracy is, why are you keeping that other radio DJ's name private?
He said because he wasn't charged.
No, I know, but we're not talking about violations of the law. He's just talking about how this happened.
Because he's
protected.
Because they were never. Because
so was Cox.
He's protected.
They're protected.
Spice Boy, Mike Calta, and Cox, and Don Buchwald and Associates have all been protected. For what reason? I don't know. Even when, now this is, please, I don't want anybody to give me a hard time. There was a major story today
This is a national story.
about Ben Affleck playing in the new movie that they're writing right now that starts production in I guess January of 2025, and it's called
Killing Gawker.
Killing Gawker, starring Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and some A-list celebrities. And it's all, this movie that's coming out is all based upon this book that this guy right here,
Ryan Holiday
wrote. And this is him like at a book club trying to describe what his book consists of. And so this is a 54-minute, and we're starting at 21 minutes. But this is what, I'm assuming, Jay, this is what he wrote in his book when he goes on and tells people these stories within his book. He wrote this stuff.
He's got his notes right in front of him.
And, I mean, I don't know if any of some of it might be actionable. I mean, there was nowhere in the investigation that I think that they implied that. I mean, they got me so spun as the bad guy that, I'm cuckolded and I'm swinging with General Petraeus.
Yeah.
That's what he says.
Yes, he does. Listen
to this. And here's the thing, Jay. Everybody glosses over the 3 or 4 things that he glossed over. That is the sentiment of all media. Anybody that's ever covered this case always gives those people a pass. My question to you is, why? There's plenty of evidence to show they were involved. It's not sealed evidence. Like the settlement is sealed, but the evidence leading up to the settlement's not sealed. This is all but for public consumption. How do people have it so wrong?
Why didn't he mention, Spice Boy by name? They know exactly who he was.
There we go.
And
so this is what I find.
You know what I mean? I mean, they know exactly who's in this.
But there's been other documentaries done about this, and this is the newest one that starts production in 2025 based on this book. So in this movie, it's going to have this data that this guy talks about. They'll act out this data. Listen.
Mid-2012, they've not made much progress. As the fall of 2012 begins, Gawker makes a catastrophic unforced error. They receive anonymously in the mail this sex tape involving Hulk Hogan. It's a 30-minute unedited DVD of one of the tapes involving Hogan. And where did this tape come from?
Well, Jay, I'll tell you where this tape came from. If you read the court docket, it will tell you who sent it from what UPS store. But why can't people report that?
Who recorded, or how did it get into anyone's hands? Well,
Jay, isn't there a ton of publicly available testimony to show you how this got into Gawker's hands? Isn't that data out there?
He references it.
It's where the story takes a very strange twist, an almost unreal twist. What happened was Bubba the Love Sponge had recorded the tape. And then he and his wife had gotten in a divorce. And the possession of these tapes actually came up as an asset in their divorce. They
absolutely
false. But I understand that's 100% false, but what's more relevant is how did it get out? Because what he says there is accurate.
Argued over who gets the illegally recorded sex tape of their friends, one of which is rumored, and again, this is a rumor, but this does pop up from time to time in the trial. One of these tapes may involve General Petraeus.
See, but if he's referencing what came up in the trial, then that's maybe something that came up in the trial.
And a number of FBI agents who are an FBI agent.
Oh, yeah, I had all these FBI agents up in there. I had the general. You don't think if I had all those FBI and the general,
you'd be the protected one.
And the general, I would be on the right side of this? I wish I had the general. And then the FBI agent. All I can picture is the little guy selling insurance.
Seth loves
the
that
general.
part.
I wish I had the general. If I had the general and FBI agents, I would have won this case.
Right.
He's friends with Bubba Clem and a number of other celebrities as well. So Bubba gets Bubba gets the tapes in the divorce, right?
Bubba.
That's not true. Factually untrue.
Factually untrue. And nowhere has it been reported that way, Jay. Like, that's never been reported anywhere. Like, that's just this guy making stuff up.
To shorten it, he gets the tapes and he hides them in his desk at work at the radio station. He locks them in his desk. And then during an office move, a rival DJ, who I won't name because he is not been charged with this, but a rival DJ,
Spice Boy, then Mike Calta.
All right. That's right.
Steals these tapes.
As a matter of
which
fact,
for some
correct?
reason he knew.
As a matter of fact, as evidenced by the 33-page Tampa police report and the FBI report.
And that's craziness.
Existed. And then...
Are those called 205s?
305s.
305s?
Yep.
Not to embarrass Hulk Hogan.
Now, this is where he's got it right. These guys don't release this tape to embarrass Hulk Hogan, but they do to make me look like what he says I am and to possibly get me arrested so they can have my job. He's got it right on that.
But to embarrass the DJ whose time slot he wanted to have, he begins to shop these tapes to the media.
I need to play that yet one more time. This is exactly
an office move. A rival DJ, who I won't name because he has not been charged with this, but a rival DJ.
Man, Cox and Calta and Spice Boy, can you get any luckier?
You know what he said, though?
That nobody's ever called them out. Like, can you get any luckier? Why is everybody giving them a pass?
But, he's talking about, it's 2018. No one's been charged. That's criminally. How about libel? Has anyone been sued, like Cox Radio or Mike Calta, the name you're not talking about? There was a lawsuit, a publicly filed lawsuit against those individuals, correct?
Yeah, that was settled.
And who were the defendants?
Cox, Mike Calta, Burton, Don Buchwald, Spice Boy, Lori Burbage, Tasha.
That's right. And who was the plaintiff?
Matt Lloyd. The plaintiff was Hulk Hogan.
That's right. And it's just like, why won't you mention those names? It's a public lawsuit.
Which for some reason he knew existed. And then, not to embarrass Hulk Hogan, but to embarrass the DJ whose time slot he wanted to have.
Oh, man, that is so dead on.
He begins to shop these tapes to the media, hoping to show, to use a term that wasn't popular now, that his rival is a cuck. Right? That his rival likes watching other men have sex with his wife. He thinks this will be very bad for Bubba the Love Sponge's career. It's unclear why he thinks that would be the case.
Every time my name gets brought up, they laugh.
But he begins to shop them to the media. He shows a sample of the tapes to TMZ. TMZ, another reporter at TMZ, who I won't name because, again, not charged with it, refers him to a lawyer named Keith M.
Mike Walther is the guy from TMZ. Mike Walther is this guy they spoke to.
Davidson, who was a broker of these tapes. The reporter, I guess, tells this anonymous DJ that if he works with Davidson, he might be able to get money for the tapes. And so they begin to leak more of the tapes. They try to get it on TMZ. They try other websites. And then they settle on Gawker. And they leak the 30-minute DVD to Gawker, knowing that Gawker will run it because Gawker tends to run just about anything that they think will be provocative or get attention. This is the prime story for them. They send it to him. Gawker runs it a few days later. Gawker thinks they're getting a scoop. They don't realize that they are being used as a cat's paw in an extortion Why
wouldn't they know that?
Campaign. This is the conspiracy within the conspiracy. If it's
again, my.
Do we like this guy? Or
Not really.
No,
Not really.
But here's the deal.
Bitch.
Like the reason why my life is so screwed is because literally I am a conspiracy within a conspiracy. That's what I'm
That's
in
what he
trouble
just said.
for.
That's
I know.
what he just said.
Exactly. So you wonder why I don't have a chance in life, Lummy. It's because, one conspiracy is enough, but I'm the inside conspiracy of an already conspiracy. That's how deeply screwed I am.
Extortion in an extortion campaign. This is the conspiracy within the conspiracy. If it's
right?
It's not confusing enough. They're the cat's paw. They run the tape. This is Davidson later tells Hogan's personal attorney that leaking the tape was the shot across the bow to get Hogan's attention.
And all of these people, Keith Davidson, Mike Calta, Cox, Spice Boy, Tony Burton, Don Buchwald, rest in peace, his agency, Cox Communications, Richard Pierce, every one of them, not one of them got in trouble. Not one of them have ever been held publicly accountable for what they did.
Well, Keith Davidson got the highlight to testify in the Stormy Daniels trial against the president. That's what he got.
To then pay for the
Protected
tapes.
class.
He pays for them. They negotiate a $300,000 price. They go to a hotel room. They negotiate the sale of the tapes. It just happens that the FBI has been called, and the FBI is waiting in the next hotel room. They catch Keith Davidson. They think it's you could not have been caught extorting someone more red-handedly.
Boom. I mean, you could not have been caught extorting somebody more red-handedly.
But he ultimately is never charged for the crime.
See,
why?
People, exactly. You know why?
Yeah, I know.
Because he went and hired. There's so much effery involved in this, Jay, that a lot of people can't even believe that you could line that much effery up and get away with it.
I can't believe this guy's got about 80%, 75% right.
Flash forward a little bit, he goes on to then extort Donald Trump with Stormy Daniels, and I'm forgetting the other porn star's name, but the two porn stars who Donald.
Yep, and you know why he was allowed to do that? Because you guys let him go in Tampa.
Yep.
And then you used the Tampa stuff to get him to talk and get Cohen in trouble. Boom!
Donald Trump paid off after allegedly having an affair. Both of these deals were brokered by the same lawyer who was let free by the FBI. So,
both of these deals were brokered by the guy that got set free by the FBI.
Let me ask you a question. So how's Peter Thiel involved in this conspiracy so far? It's called Conspiracy Peter Thiel. I haven't heard his name yet.
No, he just paid for it.
I know, but I'm just saying, my point is we're 25 minutes into a 54-minute story.
The real story isn't what your headline is. The real story is this conspiracy within this conspiracy that you've self-admitted that exists.
Why did the extortionist get off? That's the story.
The two porn stars who Donald Trump paid off after allegedly having an affair. Both of these deals were brokered by the same lawyer
Keith
who was
Davidson.
let free by the FBI. So obviously Donald Trump doesn't like the FBI. I would say most of his dislike is not particularly justified. But in this one case, he has a legitimate bone to pick with the FBI, who clearly dropped the ball.
You mean the case involving Bubba Clem and the sex tape? You don't think Donald Trump knows about this?
Anyways,
it's been used against him.
The tape is leaked. Hogan has threatened to sue if the tapes run. They do run. He sues. 2 cease and desists are sent to Gawker. The final of which pleads with Nick Denton as a human being not to take down the tape. Denton declines. Probably the most expensive ignored cease and desist in history. $100 million lawsuit files with Thiel's backing. The lawsuit, which was a relatively simple case. Can you run an illegally recorded sex tape, or can't you? This should have gone to trial rather quickly. It doesn't. Gawker digs in. It fights it as hard as they can, which is part of Gawker's legal strategy. They understand that most people don't have an appetite, nor the money to fight against a media outlet. As Thiel would say, as only Thiel would say, Hogan, as a single-digit millionaire, could have hardly afforded to spend the $10+ million that went into fighting this case.
Is there any more? Is there any more to it?
No, not really.
I mean, we'll probably listen to it during hot. I like for you to, if you could, sometime today, just give me the pickup points, so that I can email them to some people. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, the ones we've kind of already listened to. If there's no other ones,
yeah, just give me the pickup point, like where, because the people I'm going to send it to are not.
We'll be super interested in that, won't they?
They will, but they're not. They're also not big on sitting through the fight.
They need timestamps for everything.
Yeah,
my guy,
for
Ben,
sure.
He's going to star as Hulk Hogan in the new film Gawker, and Matt Damon will play Peter Thiel, the first, I believe, outside investor for Facebook.
Oh yeah, he's portrayed in Social Network,
but he's connected to Hulk.
Who's going to play Bubba the Love Sponge?
Hogan, because he
Jonah
helped
Hill.
Hogan finance a lawsuit that he put up against this website called Gawker. So the screenplay for Killing Gawker is written by Charles Randolph, who won the 2016 Academy Award for Best Adapted Screenplay for The Big Short.
So here's the deal, man. The guy who wrote it is an Academy Award winner.
Yeah, this could really be something for everybody.
Screenplays
Yeah,
based
it makes this
on
a national
the
topic
2018
right now.
book Conspiracy, Peter Thiel, Hulk, Gawker, and the Anatomy of Intrigue by Ryan Holiday. That book chronicled the lawsuit that WWE Hall of Famer Hulk Hogan filed against now defunct website Gawker for publishing a sex tape video Hogan wasn't aware was being filmed in the moment by former friend Bubba the Love Sponge. The tape was later stolen and leaked. Thiel, the former CEO of PayPal, funded Hogan's lawsuit.
These two nerds, yeah, I'm gonna knock you guys both out.
In secret in order to hurt Gawker, which had previously published negative stories about him. Hogan ended up winning a huge judgment, and Gawker was shuttered.
That sounds awesome.
Do you remember this story like several years ago?
Yeah, it does sound
Hold
familiar.
on. So let's see how these guys remember the story. Okay, let me.
Clear, and then this is different from the Hemsworth. It was going to be a biopic of Hulk Hogan, and that was shut down. So I think that's why Affleck and Damon moved forward with this Hulk Hogan story.
Probably.
This sounds really interesting.
Yeah.
Great writer too. The Big Short's awesome. Sounds like a fascinating. It sounds like Stranger Than Fiction kind of a story.
I can't wait to hear Ben's voice.
Yeah.
Come on, brother.
We've seen him blonde.
Yeah, he's great.
He looks
in the
good
last
blonde.
duel.
He'll be very tan and blonde.
He's gonna be super.
Come on, brother.
Come on, brother. We're gonna crack a couple of heavies open, and we're gonna kick your ass.
Gawker was like a what's it called? Like a tabloid kind of website, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I believe so.
These guys cracked the case.
These two twinks.
Those guys in the peanut gallery.
Let me do words, and I'll wrap it up with Bill Maher.
Oh,
getting a little awkward with the Hawk-Tuah girl. Yeah. Listen, Hawk-Tuah girl's got to understand, man. You threw out a really, really kind of very sexual vibe in what you said. And so
She was drunk,
I
man.
know, but you can't
She's not that.
You can't throw that out there, that be your calling card, and not expect people to, want to get you involved in a sex type deal.
yeah, but not 70-year-old creeps.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right.
It's better for you, you get it out over the radio. You're like, hey, you do the OnlyFans, but he's kind of, sitting next to her, being like, hey,
right.
we get this on my network.
I'm creepy enough just being on the air, but at least I have a certain amount of insulation, right? When I'm not, like if I'm sitting, like if I'm getting creepy, Seth, and the girl's sitting where you're sitting,
yeah,
that's different than if I'm just watching her on TV.
You're not within arm's reach.
No,
absolutely.
I'm trying to thank you for defending my creepiness.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Oh yeah.
It was so good. I watched the show a lot just because I like to see how he interacts with people, and most of the time he's just an asshole. Some of the things he says is accurate, and some of it's just completely out there.
I don't know why, man. Everything from his other show too, it always gets clipped up. Like I always end up seeing almost everything from him.
Yeah, he's done a couple good ones. Yeah, I mean, he's had some very interesting guests. Well, like I pay attention to some of like the little things. Like I heard Steve-O was. That's the one I like because he got completely.
Thanks, Doug. I don't think everybody else liked that idea, but we'll come up with something else.
Sobriety is really important because you not smoke pot when I'm on the show. And he said no. That was bullshit. Because then Mike Tyson, who does Hot Box, which is nothing about but smoking pot, didn't smoke and had Steve-O on. Yeah, no, it's just I just think, and then when he's talking to Russell Brand about sobriety, he's like, come on, it was cool to be around. I mean, sobriety's not easy. He's trying to make that moment. Well, I guess it works because I talk about it all the time. I get that clip. Carlos Clem, that's hilarious.
You getting in some share time after this, Bubba?
Yeah, 94070 months.
Yeah, if I need to, a few minutes.
All right.
How you doing, buddy? Tight ski pole, what's up?
I'm gonna go get some coffee or something. Fuck, man. You know, these places that email you and go, your feedback's important, why don't they just offer to fucking pay me to take their survey? That's right.
Rubs?
What's up, Rubs?
Good Rubs?
What's up, April?
Tide's pretty high now.
Holding steady on the shirt. It's a big thing. I might just have to make you one. My sister-in-law sews. Crochets. Knits.
So 25's biggest nose. 843 Bubba, good morning.
Oh, Roger Stone replied to this.
To what?
To the video of Bill Maher.
Did
He said Bill is devoid of any talent whatsoever, without a platoon of comedy. But then I can't see the rest of it.
Yeah, he doesn't like Bill Maher too much.
Because he celebrated his arrest.
All right, let me talk to my people, April. Let me talk to my my creating team. Yeah, I went to a coffee spot yesterday, and I went to the front, and they were like, "Can I help you with something?" I was like, "Yeah, I want to order some coffee." And they go, "Well, our system's down. You're gonna have to order it on the app." I was like,
I would have cut a promo.
Dude, I just wanted a chocolate milk bag and I fucking just left. You're not gonna force me to download apps, man. Okay?
Tell me.
Like, I'm literally standing with this guy. We could have worked something out, man. They love when their system's down.
Yeah, they give
Don't be
tips.
giving me back.
You know, when the system's down, we're supposed to give you free coffee when I work for Cowboy. This guy's fucking telling me to go on the app like a fucking bitch.
Did you tell me you used to work there, buddy? You're a former barista?
No, I don't want to call seat in front of my daughter. She started getting up coffee scene.
Pouring ourselves out one download at a time. BubbaArmyHQ.com. Enlist today. The BRN now continues.
I think Bill Maher, is it? Does he release this thing on Fridays, or when does weekly Bill Maher does a?
He kind of does it whenever.
That show's on Friday nights.
This is on Friday nights.
Yeah.
And where's it?
That's Real Time with Bill Maher. This is Club Random, his podcast.
Yeah, he releases it randomly during their week.
All right, like is it on YouTube?
Yes.
Is it on? Okay, YouTube. Okay,
for sure.
And where you can download your podcast.
Yep.
Fantastic. And this is him having the Hawk-Tuah girl on.
She was at SummerSlam, dude. Her people. I mean, I don't know what
they're booking her.
I mean, she's still all over the place. I don't know if it's translating into dollars and cents, but I mean, they're putting her everywhere.
I mean, it probably is. I mean, you know, what's her?
She's got her own line of hot sauce coming out.
I know, but like, what's all of her platform? What's the numbers on her platforms?
Instagram 2.2 million.
That's hold on. Hold on. I'll hit what potentially can make you money. Go ahead.
Instagram 2.2 million.
We know, Seth, that you can make money with those numbers.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I'm looking up her Twitter.
I guarantee you, whatever's in her hand, she's being sponsored by whatever that drink is.
It doesn't look like she has a Twitter.
I think she does, but whatever.
Yeah.
Facebook.
That's what I'm looking up. Sorry, I got to go to each one.
Probably massive on TikTok.
Yeah, whatever.
I think her TikTok's like 15 million.
Yeah, she's making money. Here's her appearance on Bill Maher.
I got it already. No.
What you got?
You need to do a podcast. You do it right here on Club Random, if you do it my way. Sex expert. And I'll tell you why. Wait. I'll tell you why.
Now, see, it's not creepy for me yet.
Well,
I mean,
let's see where he goes with it.
if he says it's like a Dr. Adam, it's kind of like a doctor. Who's the guy with Adam Carolla?
Dr. Drew.
If it's like a street level version of you giving somewhat
clinical
sexual.
scientific, sexual.
Bubba, he's got no idea. He is horny and he is high.
Okay.
And he's just talking.
All right, here we go.
You need to, I told you were given this chip. You were given the chip of fame. Now you want to trade that in for something that uses that, but takes it to the next level.
Well, it turns that chip into something tangible long term.
It's like trade on what you're already known for. That's the one thing you're known for. So you could do a podcast for, like, I don't know if there's anything from somebody that age with that point of view, but it couldn't be frivolous. You have to take it seriously.
Jeez.
Could you do that?
Possibly.
And talk about sex, but seriously, serious issues? Because there are a lot of really serious issues. I mean, there's one that's related to what made you famous.
Yep.
Me?
What am I going to say? You have no idea what I'm going to say.
I don't know. I don't know where this is going. I'm kind of nervous.
I'm going to tell you where it's going. You learned that thing about spitting from porn.
Ew.
That's where that came. What? You did. Maybe not directly, but trust me, like that, the idea of spitting, first of all, it's gross. It's not necessary.
See, I don't think that Bill Maher has crossed the creepy.
What? Before there was, I mean, come on. That's really creepy.
I've never seen anybody make smoking marijuana look creepy, and he's
never
doing that.
existed before porn.
That's the most.
I mean,
before there was KY jelly, there was spit. Are you kidding me?
That's out of bounds by saying,
no,
listen, you learned that technique. Let's face it, by watching porn. That's in bounds.
Is that?
Yeah.
And porn is not benign. It is not, and it has warped the minds of the kids in your generation, especially the guys.
Yeah, they come up with some sick shit.
Yes.
People are just.
Yeah, no, I know they are. People are fucking sickos. And, whatever floats your arc, but.
Whatever floats your arc.
I don't know.
God.
I think it's a little clickbaity. I don't think that he necessarily gets.
I don't know, man. It's awkward. It's a little weird. The thing,
Listen, I want you to
It's
start.
not as creepy as I thought, but certainly awkward, like Seth's saying. It's definitely like weird.
I will say a lot of it is her because, again, she got interviewed when she was drunk and said one thing, and now she's getting paraded around like, she's won Oscars and Grammys.
She's the one that talked about giving a sloppy head job, did she not?
She can't be upset when someone asks her a question about what made her famous.
Right. And intellectually gives her a way to maybe potentially turn that into something that you could use that 15 seconds of fame to turn it into a franchise of, something that's tangible as far as, talking.
That part's sage advice.
Talking about sexual advice from a woman's perspective, at your generation. Your generation, from a woman's perspective, you admittedly said are into some freaky shit. Well, you said it. You said it. Why not talk? Why not cash that in and talk about it? You already drunkenly talk about something that has that completely broke the goddamn internet, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it damn near broke the internet. You being a straight, cool, hot. Us guys, we don't want Little House on the Prairie. We don't want Laura Ingalls out there giving us oral. We want some bad country girl giving us some oral and really getting it slathered up. Not some little Miss Prissy. It's like, no, we want that girl really, really putting the juice to it, don't we, Lum Lum?
Yes, we do.
So let's not bury our head in the sands and act like we don't have something that we really want, because it is.
So does it make it hotter that she's a Jewish woman?
Yeah, I heard that she's 97% Jewish.
98.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I'll tell you,
denouncing her.
Jelly Roll appeared at what, the
SummerSlam.
Nice.
And this is Jelly Roll's high spot.
Around
Yeah.
Cleveland. And Jelly Roll's not done.
He's big.
He's fat.
Well, butter my biscuits, Michael Cole. That's so.
Butter my biscuits, Michael Cole.
Was that McAfee?
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was McAfee.
And then finally, man, I don't know how much they're paying, but illegal immigrants now are paying people to jet ski them in.
Yep.
Watch this.
They said it's like $3 to $4 grand.
$3 to $4 grand. Hop on the back, man. Do you know how many trips you could do? A guy could do.
The crazy thing is, they go right past the U.S. Coast Guard base.
Right.
Yep.
And the tourists love it, man.
And they're cheering them on. Welcome to America.
Watch. Listen.
See, that's the difference between California and Florida. In Florida, they're not saying welcome to America. They're calling the Coast Guard.
No, they're calling Grady.
Look at that guy get out of there.
That guy, hold on. That guy is going back to go get another one.
Oh, yeah.
He's got 62 lined up, ready to jump on, and has passed the Coast Guard 12 times and hasn't been stopped. Has probably, I don't know, 80 grand in the middle of his middle console, right? I mean, just stuffing the money in there, right?
He's killing
Well, then
it.
he might have a coyote right there. You pay the coyote on the ground, right? And then, we'll settle up later, right? It's probably more efficient.
Yeah.
That way, if the Coast Guard pull you over, I ain't got no money on me. Have you just have your
They have wristbands that are colored for if they've paid to get through.
Right. Red wristbands paid $5 grand. They're to the front of the line. The blue wristbands, they only paid $1,500. They're way in the back. You may not. You may go tomorrow. You may have to sleep out here on the beach, buddy.
What the fuck? I didn't even mean to record that. I'm trying to record them jumping off the cliff. That's where our taxes are going.
So now, is this guy officially a United States citizen because he was able to make it to our shores?
Well, in California, he gets free health care now. He gets free education. He gets everything.
Look.
He gets treated like a citizen.
Welcome to America.
Welcome. You made it.
Stealing another job.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Here comes number 2 for the afternoon.
Dump off. Get off, buddy. See you later. Look
at this guy. Look how good he is on the jet ski.
He backs you right in.
Before the wave comes, he goes back out.
See you later.
That is not easy to do.
They're very impressed.
He's got that little cubby hole where he just backs you up. Looks like there's already society up there.
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
You'll see where he scampers off to.
And then he gives them the tall boys after they're welcoming him. What?
I mean, it's literally like they're watching a parade and their newest float's coming in, right?
Welcome to the U.S.
Welcome.
Oh, shit. Swim. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Jesus. These dirty mouth,
I mean, it would blow your mind, I think, to see him.
Welcome to the United States of America.
Look, he starts flicking him off, the guy.
Hey, come here. Welcome to the
Welcome.
USA.
He's
flicking him off.
Yeah,
F you.
You think this guy like, I'm not coming. I'm just trying to get out of here.
Where do you go? Where do you go from there, Bubba? Like
I don't know.
All right, you're here, and now what?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
There's a lot of different spots in San Diego you go to.
Here's what they do. Here's exactly what they do. Here, I'll end the show with this. This is what they do. They go down and get a driver's license. Did you see that guy?
Yeah.
This is what they do right here. It's just, oh, damn it, Lummy. I had it as a story, and damn it.
I do not have it now.
You got it?
No, I can look it up for you, but I don't think we have enough time.
Yeah. Damn it. We'll have to probably do it tomorrow, okay?
Okay, I'll get it for you.
Perfect. Hey, we'll have an after show. Lummy, what do you want to call it? 10:30?
10:30.
Can we do it at 10:30?
Yeah.
Find me that driver's license gimmick, okay?
Yeah, the one on next, right?
Yeah. Remind me to play my bookie on the after show too, okay?
Sounds good.
After show will be Twitch, Rumble, Facebook, YouTube. Oh, and Zap, I think we're trying to do Instagram today.
Are we?
I think we said Monday after show. We'll see if the engineers will. We don't even know if Macho's back from 1060
he's
yet.
back now.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
Me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian Lummit.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair hello.